As we go to air, Australian WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange is appearing before a US court on the Pacific island of Saipan. Under a deal with the US Justice Department, the 52-year-old is pleading guilty to one charge under the US National Security Act, and he will be released based on time already served. This is a live shot we're bringing you. Julian Assange spent more than 5 years in the UK's Belmarsh prison, and it's been more than 14 years since his legal saga first began. Swedish prosecutors first sought his extradition as part of a rape investigation in 2010. It was weeks after WikiLeaks released Iraq war documents that revealed human rights abuses by the US-led coalition and thousands of previously undisclosed civilian deaths. Now, I'm joined in the studio by former Europe correspondent Steve Kinane. Steve, this has been such a long road.
It sure has been. I remember being outside the embassy at Knightsbridge in London, the Ecuadorian embassy, when he was inside there. And that was even before he went into Belmarsh prison. He was 7 years in the Ecuadorian embassy, 5 years in Belmarsh, a prison that is reserved for high security prisoners, often terrorists. And to see him out in the sunlight like that is quite extraordinary. And of course, he looks so different to what we remember him as well. And the last images we saw was that image captured by that Russian TV channel who captured him being dragged out of the Ecuadorian embassy. And that was the last time we really saw him 5 years ago.
Now, he's been pursued all of this time. Tell us about the deal today.
Well, what we know and what we've learnt from reporting and from the court papers is that he is likely to plead guilty to what is being described as one count of conspiracy to obtain and disclose national defence information. Now, I think this is really interesting because he was initially facing extradition on 18 charges, 17 of which were on the Espionage Act, which was written back in 1917. But this charge is relating to the Espionage Act, and I imagine he will be deeply uncomfortable about that. I imagine his supporters will, and also journalists and publishers around the world, because if this is the case, then this will be the first successful prosecution relating to publishing and obtaining classified information, military information, defence information, diplomatic cables and the like. So there are concerns around that for press freedom, but it seems like he just had to do this deal. If he wanted to get out, if he wanted to see his wife and kids, that he had to plead guilty to this particular charge. So
ground has been given in this time, hasn't it?
Definitely, and there's been a lot of negotiations going on behind the scenes with the Department of Justice and also the US, the Biden administration. We saw Kevin Rudd walking in there. He has been doing a lot of work behind the scenes. He was, of course, appointed by Anthony Albanese as the ambassador to the US. He's been doing a lot of work in the US, talking to the Biden administration. Stephen Smith has been involved. He was on the plane with Julian Assange. He is the High Commissioner to the UK, once again, appointed by Anthony Albanese. And he was the first High Commissioner to go and visit Julian Assange in prison. And I was there that day when he went into Belmarsh prison and really checked in on how he was and how his health was. So it was very interesting to see those two figures, former Labor ministers, both appointees to DC and London, on the island in the city of Saipan today, accompanying Julian Assange.
And those diplomatic efforts there behind the scenes, I mean, tell us about the key players here and how this quiet diplomacy had to work.
There are so many key players in this story. The first is the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese. He was the one who said in opposition before he was elected that he thought it was time that Julian Assange was returned home. He raised that with President Biden. The Attorney General, Mark Dreyfus, raised that with his offsider, Merrick Garland, in the US as well. There was also a very critical delegation, a cross-party delegation that included the likes of Barnaby Joyce, the Greens, Peter Wilsh-Wilson and David Shoebridge, also Monique Ryan, the Independent, also members of Liberal and Labor backbench, who went to DC and they met with the Department of Justice, they met with the Department of State, but they also met with Democrats and Republicans. They took his case to the Capitol, to the Hill, to lobby on behalf of Julian Assange. But none of that would have been possible if there hadn't been a shift with the Australian people. That suddenly they said, this has gone on for too long. And there are even people, and I think Barnaby Joyce has said this, that he didn't necessarily agree with what he did, but he thought he'd suffered enough, that he'd been inside, he'd been denied his freedom for 12 years, 5 years in a prison, and they thought that the time was up. So there were many key players, and of course his family. And I believe we're going to hear from John Shipton soon, but he went to DC, so did John's son Gabriel, Julian's brother, and they did a lot of lobbying on the Hill as well.
Yeah, so those diplomatic efforts key there. We know there's just been so many legal avenues sought over the years. We heard this morning from Greg Barnes, who's an advisor to the Australian Assange campaign, and he's talked about this plea deal today. He says it ends a long-running effort to have Julian Assange freed. Let's have a look at that.
His case is an emblem of what happens when you get dangerous extraterritorial reach by the United States, or any country for that matter. But furthermore, it's been a case about freedom of the press and freedom of expression. And it's a very important line in the sand to demonstrate that countries such as Australia will take issue, even with a very close friend like the United States, when it comes to, a person who's in trouble for what were political crimes. Alleged political crimes. It's an important resolution of this matter because, he was facing 170 years plus in a US jail and achieved.
So, Steve, legal representation, diplomatic representation, but also those people, and that included family and friends, but many people who came to rally after rally to support Julian Assange.
Yeah, and I noticed that when I was at the High Court in London in February, this was when Julian Assange was seeking leave to appeal to the High Court, which is a hearing that was about to begin next month, which obviously will not happen. But the support outside the court that day had really escalated. And I spoke to Gabriel Shipton outside the court that day, and he said he'd never seen such support outside the court. And I had attended many court cases over the years, and at times that support was diminishing. But there's no doubt in London, outside the court, in Australia, with support from the Australian people, talking to their local MPs, and you could see this reflected in opinion polls, that support from the public had a massive influence in this and allowed politicians, from the Prime Minister down, to put pressure on the Biden administration to bring this matter to an end.
Steve, good to have your company here on this significant day. We're going to bring in political reporter Tom Lowry now, who's in Canberra. Tom, what is the feeling there in Canberra about Julian Assange's possible release?
Yeah, good morning, Gemma. Cautious optimism probably at this point with this hearing now underway. There are plenty in Canberra waiting to see what happens and not sort of counting on anything until Julian Assange arrives back on Australian soil. This is, as Steve mentioned, something that's been a real years-long effort at a diplomatic level to try and secure this kind of outcome that might be occurring today, raised at the sort of very highest levels from the Prime Minister down in meetings in the United States and in the UK as well. It has been at times, I suppose, a bit of a rare point of tension in the Australia-US relationships. Yeah, some key figures in the government try and play down any sense of tension there, but it has been publicly available to see at certain points that Australia and the United States have been at times at different positions on this. There has been just recently a real bipartisan agreement in Australia that this case has to be resolved. People in the Assange campaign say it was a bit of a key moment only a few months ago when a vote was held on the floor of Parliament House seeking an end to this case, with both the Coalition and Labor in agreement that this has gone on for too long. Deputy Prime Minister Richard Marles was asked about this morning and didn't want to speculate on what sort of outcome the court might come to today. Didn't want to overreach, I suppose, into what the US courts are up to, but it did reiterate that point that this case has now been going for too long. Here's a bit of what he had to say.
Irrespective of what Mr Assange did many, many years ago, he served many years in prison, and this is about resolving his legal situation, which is appropriate. And it is appropriate that one holds that view irrespective of one's view on what Mr Assange did originally. But clearly his situation needs to be resolved in one form or another, and we have been giving advocacy in that respect, and we are pleased that we are seeing this matter move now.
Steve mentioned earlier that cross-parliamentary delegation that travelled to Washington, D.C. last year to raise this case, and that really illustrated the strange political bedfellows that Julian Assange's case has brought together. People from the sort of the right fringes of politics, I suppose, Liberal Senator Alex Antic and Barnaby Joyce, the Nationals MP and former Deputy Prime Minister, travelling with the Greens MP David Shoebridge and Independent Monique Ryan as well to take this case to the halls of power in the US and meeting with people on both fringes of American politics too. Marjorie Taylor Greene, the Republican, and Ilhan Omar, the Democrat, who couldn't be more politically opposed, I suppose, but did come together on this particular issue. Barnaby Joyce has been quite welcoming of these developments of late, says this has been a years-long campaign coming to fruition, acknowledging though that also that not everyone agrees on Mr Assange's actions with WikiLeaks all those years ago. Here's a bit of what he had to say.
It has been a long road. And now my point, and I've tried to be consistent with this all the way along, I'm not here to say whether Mr Assange and what he did was WikiLeaks was right or wrong. I have my own views on that. And it's not about a personal recommendation for Mr Assange's character. I'll leave that to others. What it is on the issue of extraterritoriality.
Tom, some are warning against too much praise for Mr Assange.
Yeah, this has been interesting. This is a bipartisan position. The Coalition and Labor both agree that it is time now for Julian Assange to be released. But there are differing views within Parliament House here about how he should be received, I suppose, when he comes home. There are some keen to point out that they welcome his prosecution, that he should be convicted of an offence for his actions with WikiLeaks, and warning against, I suppose, a hero's reception when he does return to Australia. Here's the Liberal frontbencher Jane Hume speaking on that earlier today.
Personally speaking, Julian Assange is no hero of mine. He put lives in danger, not just of counterintelligence agents in the US, but also of innocent and helpful Iraqi and Afghani citizens who were helping coalition forces. That was a reckless move. Has he paid the price? Are we glad to see that this is over? Perhaps that is so, but and we're very pleased to see him return to Australia, but I don't think that hero worship is an appropriate response.
Gemma, should Julian Assange be released after this court hearing? We don't know exactly what his movements will be. We do expect him to return to Australia. There are some suggestions he could be bound for Canberra, in which case it would be interesting to see how and who, I suppose, meets and greets him upon his arrival.
Tom Lowry in Canberra, thank you. We'll speak to you again this morning. Now, we are continuing to bring you that live shot there from Saipan, where Julian Assange is there facing this hearing and sentencing today. A bit of camera movement there and just getting those shots from outside the court. I have Steve Kinane in the studio with me, former Europe Bureau Chief. Now, Steve, we heard there, Tom mentioned the cross-party support that was gained here in Australia. Why was that so significant?
Well, they always needed a political solution to this because it was dragging on for so long in the courts in the UK. And they were about to have that hearing in the High Court challenging this. But even if Julian Assange had lost that, he was going to take it to a European court. Yep. So it was going to keep going on unless there was a political solution. And so what that cross-party delegation did, and also the motion sponsored by Andrew Wilkie in the lower house earlier this year, was showed the Americans that there was people on all sides of the political spectrum who wanted Julian Assange to return to Australia. And that you could see the language that Andrew Wilkie employed in that motion. It was about him returning to Australia. Yep. They weren't necessarily saying drop the charges or whatever. It was about allowing him to return to Australia. And that cross-party delegation, I think, was key to convince both Democrats and Republicans on the Hill that an ally that was suddenly involved in AUKUS wanted one of their citizens returned to Australia, and that had cross-party support. And you've got to remember that there are a lot of Democrats who are filthy with Julian Assange, because back in 2016, WikiLeaks published emails that related to Hillary Clinton and the Democrats that they believed damaged her campaign that Donald Trump eventually won back then. So there are a lot of Democrats who have long memories and were in no mood to forgive Julian Assange. But what they did, and there was a particular Democrat, James McGovern, who they spoke to on the Hill, and him and others that Tom mentioned there, they really lobbied them hard and convinced them that this was an important issue between Australia and the US.
Yeah, Steve, you spoke to that US point of view. Let's go to that now. In the United States, Julian Assange has really long divided opinion. Some have been firm that he should face consequences for what WikiLeaks has published. Others have said that he's entitled to press freedom. We'll go to our North America correspondent, Carrington Clark. Carrington, what are people saying there in Washington today?
Yeah, I mean, what's occurring here in Washington echoes what's occurring in Canberra, where you have seen this strange coalition of politicians coming together to campaign for Julian Assange, particularly in the last few months. People from the far left who see him as an anti-war activist and a protector of journalism versus people on the far right, people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who I just saw up at the US Capitol, who believe that Julian Assange effectively went up against the deep state, as she frames it. And again, she believes that he was the victim of overreach by the government. And she's come together with people who are normally her political enemies to support his freedom. But as Steve correctly points out, yes, Julian Assange is now, we believe, going to plead guilty to charges relating to the release of these American secret documents, particularly related to the military operations in Iraq and Afghanistan. But he also played this role in the 2016 election, which is why many members of the Democratic Party still bear a grudge against him. Hillary Clinton, in particular, has been very forthright in her views that she believes WikiLeaks effectively worked as an agent of the Russian government. So it is this kind of strange coalition in support on the far right and the far left. And perhaps in the middle of the spectrum, it's a much more nuanced. There are also people on the conservative side of Republican politics, the traditional supporters of military operations, maybe neoliberals or neo-hawks who believe that what WikiLeaks and what Julian Assange did imperiled not only American military forces, but also a lot of the people that they relied upon. And they argue that he's not a journalist, that the way that he published this material was not in adherence with journalistic standards, and it not only put people in danger, but also caused deaths. So it is a complicated picture, but I would say the consensus seemed to be building that no matter what, this had to come to an end. Now, Julian Assange's co-conspirator, who's named in the court documents that we have, Chelsea Manning, was the person inside the US military who was leaking the material that Julian Assange is now pleading guilty to then disclosing. She was very quickly discovered by the US military, was quickly prosecuted, was sentenced to 35 years. But that sentence was commuted after just 7 years. And so Chelsea Manning went through this process, was tried for the crimes, but now we have seen that commuted. But we have been speaking to Congresspeople here in the US Capitol today, and some have been taking to other media. And you have seen this movement on one hand. For example, when we spoke to Jim McGovern, who's a very liberal member of Congress from Massachusetts, who believes that finally this draws a line under the Julian Assange saga for the good of America, versus somebody who sits on the more traditional conservative side of the Republicans, who said the focus needs to be on the fact that Julian Assange is admitting guilt and is admitting to breaking US law.
This is about more than Julian Assange. This is about freedom of the press. This is about journalism, and I think he was trying to uphold a very important principle, and this is probably the only way out of this situation at this particular point. But I'm glad it's over, and I'm glad he's home.
When he faced real trial, there were no adequate defenses that he could find, and he simply admitted, yes, I'm guilty. He undermined the security of the United States. He did it systematically. He did it for his own gratification, self-promotion, etc. And that guilty plea speaks volumes.
Carrington, is this the end of the legal battle with the US?
Well, I think almost certainly not. It appears to be the end of a very important chapter. Julian Assange, it appears, will be a free man very soon, but he will also be a convicted felon. And we've already heard from members of his camp that they will continue to lobby for a presidential pardon. The US president, the commander-in-chief, does have the power to pardon people of federal crimes. And this has already become a question in the US election. I wouldn't say Julian Assange's plight is front and center for most Americans. It's things like cost of living or immigration. But it is a question that has been repeatedly asked of the candidates.
Former President Donald Trump has said that he would very, very seriously consider a presidential pardon, which is interesting because Julian Assange was first indicted during the Trump administration, but he does seem to have become more positively inclined towards Julian Assange since he lost office. On the other side, though, his former VP, Mike Pence, is very angry about this plea deal and does not believe that Julian Assange should be going free. The US president has been more circumspect, but I should point out that the White House has been very clear today that the decision to come to this plea arrangement with Julian Assange, they say, had nothing to do with the White House, that this was not an agreement between the White House and the Australian government, that the Justice Department has come to this independently. But the question of whether or not Joe Biden would look at pardoning remains to be seen. You would think it would be unlikely that he would pardon someone quickly who had been recently pled guilty to charges with his own Justice Department, but that may change in future years. And again, going back to Chelsea Manning, that sentence was commuted by the former president, Barack Obama, when Joe Biden was vice president. And then we have the long shot candidate, RFK Jr., who's on the kind of libertarian fringe of American politics. He not only says that he would pardon Julian Assange, but he also believes a monument should be built in his honour here in Washington, D.C. So you can see that there are differing opinions as to the nature of Julian Assange and what he means as far as journalism is concerned, but I don't think the lobbying on behalf of Julian Assange is going to be over just because he steps foot in Australia. North America correspondent Carrington Clark, thank you. And you can see that breaking news coming through there. We've just heard from our correspondent James Oaten, who is there in Saipan, that the plea hearing for Julian Assange has begun in the US District Court, which is on the island of Saipan. Our correspondent James Oaten is there in the courtroom, and he tells us that Mr Assange is sitting in the courtroom wearing a black suit there. Behind him is Australian Ambassador to the US, Kevin Rudd. We did see him there with him this morning walking in. Also Australian Ambassador to the UK, Stephen Smith, and human rights lawyer Jennifer Robinson, who has been there all along in these years that he has been fighting this battle. Now, all stood up as Chief Judge Ramana Manglona entered the courtroom. Assange is expected to plead guilty to one criminal charge, but released soon after, given the time that he has already served in a British prison. Let's bring in now Julian Assange's father, John Shipton. John, I can't imagine the emotions you are feeling today. Can you try to describe them to us?
Well, I mean, doing cartwheels is a good expression of the joy that one feels. That Julian is returned home, well, about to return home. The circumstances, there may be some questions to be resolved by the lawyers and the diplomats in the future, but having Julian home to an ordinary life after 15 years of incarceration in one form or another, house arrest, jail, and asylum in an embassy, is pretty good news.
And you've seen him along the way. We saw footage of him yesterday as well. How is he doing?
Well, as you can easily imagine, that his spirits have lifted and he will be able to spend quality time with his wife, Stella, and his two children. Be able to walk up and down on the beach and feel the sand through his toes in winter, that lovely chill, and be able to learn how to be patient and play with your children for a couple of hours. All of the great beauty of ordinary life.
John, it's Steve Kinane here in the studio. I know that you visited DC a number of times to lobby on the Hill, both the Department of Justice, the
Yes,
Department of State,
yes.
and also congressmen and women. And of course your son Gabriel did the same on a regular basis. I wonder what influence you think that might have had in getting us to today's situation.
Well, I think the profound influence is the Australian people who, as you see by the media storm that has engulfed Australia over Julian's return, is that the profound influence is the unity and insistence of the Australian people, the Australian Parliament, the Australian Government Foreign Minister, and Anthony Albanese, and Kevin Rudd and Stephen Smith. These people are experienced and top of the tree in politics in Australia, and they are carried on the shoulders of the support that the Australian people give them and insist that the matter be resolved fairly. Then we can go to the relationship between states, which is quite opaque and very different. So the institutions of state in their relationship to each other, the FBI, the CIA, the Department of Justice and the Department of State, all extremely powerful institutions, have spent many years pursuing Julian to unravel that and to take it to a position where the matter can be resolved in what the Americans call a plea deal, which is an expression I don't much like because it's talking about people's lives. That the matter now is on the verge of being resolved. It indicates the profound skill of Kevin Rudd and Stephen Smith and their assistant diplomats and lawyers that managed to weave together our institutions of state and the institutions of state in the United States to resolve an outstanding matter, particularly where it concerns the First Amendment of the United States, which covers free speech. And that effect of free speech is also felt in Australia. We like to be able to make our decisions founded upon knowledge, not just rumour and not in the bliss of ignorance, but founded upon knowledge. Well, equally, the American Constitution, in its finest part, has the Bill of Rights, and the first of those, the most important thereby, is the free speech legislation. All things fall under that. All things are embraced by that. You can't possibly call yourself a civilization if you act outside of the Constitution, which embraces your nation. It's just not possible. And the other comments that were earlier made, that none of the other publishers, and they are the height of legacy media, none of the other publishers have been arraigned, indicted, smeared, cajoled, called liar. None of them. None whatsoever. And in the case Julian has. And they equally published the material that is at the foundation of these espionage charges and accusations.
So, John, how do you feel about this compromise that Julian has had to make to plead guilty to an espionage charge in order to get this outcome that you've dreamed of for so long?
Well, I divide it into two. One is the human factor, that you only get a bit of time here on the earth to spend with your loved ones. That's all you get. So the construction, or if you like, the exposition and understanding of that is encapsulated in the decision to make freedom available to Julian under certain circumstances is vital. You can't live here without time on this earth, and spending time with your loved ones is really important. The other section is, as I have previously expounded upon, state-to-state relationships, how states can work together and do work together, particularly when the United States is immensely powerful, a superpower in economy and military. And Australia relatively is small and weak, relatively. to that gigantic superpower.
John, I wanted to jump in and ask you about. I wanted to jump in and ask you about the ongoing legal issues in the UK, because you were in the courtroom in February in London, and you saw when Julian was seeking leave to appeal to the High Court, and eventually he was granted leave, and it looked like for once the US lawyers were on the back foot. That was coming down the line for the US. Do you think the fact that the US lawyers were suddenly on the back foot in his case in London may have had an influence ultimately on a deal being struck?
Yeah, that's a pretty good question. I can answer it. Look, the last two court cases, the judges and the court itself, the demeanour towards Julian and the lawyers changed completely. And I take it that was under the influence of a relationship between Australia and the United Kingdom and the US. As you say, the prosecuting barrister for the United States, he had nothing. He came to court without anything to argue. He just threw sand up in the air and said, section 363, paragraph 20, blah, blah, all meaningless. And so I take it that his instructions were to, he was given no comprehensive instructions to put up a serious fight. So also, the two judges, for the first time, delivered themselves for the first time in all of those hearings. I think 20-odd hearings. In all of those hearings, for the first time, the judges allocated to the United States a decision whereby there could be argument made in the appeal hearing. This was really important understanding. They gave room in their decision for argument.
John, the support of Julian Assange by those close to him and others has been unwavering. How important has that been over such a long ordeal?
It's the essence. The Australian people, I'm so proud of them. It is the first time we can walk out and look in the sun and say to ourselves, we did a sovereign act, us. And this government, the flow of feeling from us, the people, into the government was manifest that the government solved the problem that we felt existed. I think it's pretty magnificent.
John Shipton, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you for your time. That's very sweet of you.
Such a big day, and I mean, such a profound day for their family, obviously, Steve. You picked up there on the legal situation that was ongoing until we had this news yesterday. Tell us what you had thought about that.
Well, as I put it to John, the lawyers for the US did appear to be on the back foot in that hearing, and Julian was seeking leave to appeal to the High Court, and that was eventually granted. And the discussions that were going to be had at the next level when the High Court sat were around whether the death penalty would apply if Julian was extradited to the US, whether he would be given First Amendment protections, in other words, the freedom of speech element of the Constitution in the US, and also whether he would be discriminated against as an Australian citizen before the US courts. And when that decision was handed down, Julian Assange's barristers hugged in the court. And so you could tell that they saw the gravity of that situation, that it was a very big win for him. And John mentioned there that he believed there'd maybe been 20 hearings. I don't know what the exact figure was over the years, but there were so many hearings that Julian Assange was facing. And, his lawyers were wanting to do that because they wanted to appeal all these decisions, particularly after the then then UK Home Secretary Priti Patel granted extradition. So in this instance, you got the sense that suddenly the US case was not as watertight as they may have thought it was, and that perhaps, this is speculation because there's so many elements in this decision, I think, that perhaps that had an influence as well, ultimately, on the DOJ decision. But I would say that I think that they were already considering some kind of plea deal before that.
Steve Canone, it's been great to have you here. We know you've been close to this case as your work as a correspondent, and also securing that key interview with Anthony Albanese on this just over a year ago. So it's been great to have your expertise here.
Thanks, Gemma.
Thank you. Julian Assange's court hearing has begun on the island of Saipan, where he is expected to plead guilty in a deal with the US. He will then be sentenced to 5 years in jail for publishing classified documents in 2010. But given the time that he's already spent in a UK prison, he will walk free and then fly back to Australia. The host of RN Breakfast, Patricia Karvelis, joins us now. PK, this is a momentous day for Julian Assange. You've spoken to many of the stakeholders this morning.
I certainly have. It is a momentous day for Julian Assange, but of course, more broadly, I think, for issues around press freedom, for the advocacy for an Australian citizen that our own government has really, since the election of the Albanese government, really invested in at the highest levels, and it's been intense. You know, the fact, I think, that we've even seen this morning Kevin Rudd travelling with him, also Stephen Smith. These are really senior people deployed by our government to travel with Julian Assange to go to this court hearing. And so it is a momentous day, and it's been a 14-year standoff, right? This is a sort of period of time that is unfathomable. The fact that he's even in good enough health. I mean, I was speaking to people who were concerned about his health really till very much this story broke. And yet we've seen, I'm not saying that he doesn't have any health issues still, undoubtedly he will, and there will be ongoing issues. But the fact that he was being able to board this plane, come to Saipan and then make his way on to Australia, it is a really big deal. And a couple of points on this. One of the significant things, I think, is, and it is a moment for us in terms of a national, I don't mean to be too parochial, but I'm going to have a moment where we do expect our governments to be advocates for us, right? And that is the source of national pride for us, that our government does advocate for us as citizens. And on that level, I think this is really significant that our government has done the work to advocate for Julian Assange's release. As all citizens, I mean, it's not just about this one individual man. We expect that of our government. It's one of the things we're very proud of our democracy, and democracies around the world are proud of. This has been a long-running campaign, and so it didn't just happen on its own. In the previous parliament, we didn't see the same support from Scott Morrison, the previous Prime Minister for Julian Assange. We have seen a significant shift, and I think that shift has been quite significant in delivering the outcome we're seeing. And it really brings to an end what has been a difficult issue between Australia and the US. Now, I still think it's been a difficult issue, although on the record, I put this to Richard Marles, the Deputy Prime Minister and Defence Minister, this morning on my program, and he said, no, it's been fine, this issue, it's just such a strong relationship. Now, he's right, the US-Australia alliance is extremely strong, and it was certainly not going to be upended by this issue, but it was a difficulty in so much as our Prime Minister had to constantly raise it. He took it to the highest levels, even in his talks with Joe Biden, the US President, and so getting an outcome there does matter. Now, you asked who I've been speaking to. I spoke to Kathy Lepp, for instance. She, her former husband, of course, was instrumental in kind of keeping him in their attic, as she told me. Jeffrey Robinson and her kept him and looked after him as he was getting legal advice. She talked about what a complex character he is. She said herself that he is really divisive in the community. But even though he's divisive and there's ongoing debates about all of that, I think there has been a sense of broad unity in our country that this needed to be closed and brought to an end, and it has been closed well before the US election as well. So a really significant moment. The reason people are still being cautious, though, is until it's settled, until he's on Australian soil, and he's expected to fly to Canberra later tonight. Until that happens, we, of course, will be cautious about, declaring it all over.
Yeah, and just to explain to our viewers, we had that live shot earlier. It has been shut off for the moment, but as soon as we get that again, we will bring that to you and any developments there, of course. Now, PK, you said, of course, this is a big deal. Tell us about the deal itself and the compromise that's had to be made here.
It's a good point you make. There is a compromise. He has to plead guilty to one count in the Espionage Act. And so he hasn't been pardoned. He does carry that. There is a sort of sentence that goes with that. The deal, though, is still favourable, although not ideal, his supporters say. No one who's been an advocate of Julian Assange says this is exactly what they wanted. That's why it is a deal.
And actually, PK, we can break in the breaking news
excellent.
here now is that he has pleaded guilty to one criminal charge in the US District Court. That's at Saipan. So it is a conspiracy to obtain and disclose national defence information. It carries a maximum penalty of up to 10 years in prison. When asked if he was prepared to enter a plea of guilty or not guilty, Mr Assange said yes. When asked on the specific charge, Mr Assange said guilty. So that breaking news coming through, and as you were explaining, PK, this is a compromise here.
That's right. So that's the deal, and he's voiced the language that, of course, somebody who is before a US court must, which is to agree to that charge, which he has. That's the deal that's been made. That deal, though, involves crediting, if I can call it that, I think we can call it that, crediting the time that he's already served. And, of course, he's served many years in jail. He was also holed up in the Ecuadorian embassy separately. He has really done a lot of time in the Belmarsh prison, and so that has been accounted for. That's why it's a deal that allows for him to be free, and why, on balance, his legal team and Julian Assange himself had made the decision that, given his frailty, given his mental health, given how long this has gone on, that this was, like anything, we accept compromises in life when things are, well, if I can be really blunt, according to the people I've spoken to, quite unbearable. And what the situation he's been in has been unbearable for him. So now he's able to, when he does make it to Australia, reunite with his wife, with his two children. And Kathy Lett, who is a good friend of his, Australian author, Australian royalty in the kind of literary world, said to me, I mean, he's barely spent any time with these children. Right? So if you think about the kind of things he has to do now, it's enormous emotionally to regroup with a family he has not been able to be a father and a husband to in the way that people who are free are able to do. And so all of that will happen. There are some other issues which I just want to talk about, which I think may emerge as bigger issues. One issue is the cost of getting him to Australia. It's been kind of reported to be nearly $800,000. Richard Marles, who's the Deputy Prime Minister, was asked about that and whether they would waive that kind of charge that the Australian government has invested. He said no. And that's an interesting response. I don't know, I'm reading the tea leaves here a little bit, but we are in a cost of living crisis. Perhaps the government just thinks that's a bridge too far. And so there is a campaign to fundraise to pay for that. I mean, that's an enormous amount of money but we do help people come back to Australia. So I wonder if there'll be more pressure on the Australian government to waive that fee in coming days. I certainly observed that among our listeners on the text line, people sort of thinking, why wouldn't we settle this bill? But we'll see where that lands. And then, of course, there will be an enormous public appetite to hear more from Julian Assange, who will be in Australia, which seems so odd after so long, but back in Australia. Politicians in this parliament, I want to be really specific about that because previous parliaments have not been so sympathetic, really have drawn the line in this case. I think the Deputy Prime Minister was interesting this morning, saying to me that doesn't mean you approve of everything he's done, but that it's a separate issue. So, yes, right now he's pled guilty to that one count. That means that deal is currently being exercised in the legal way that it is. So nerves will be decreasing, and then I suspect when it's settled, he'll be back on a plane on his way to Australia.
PK, it's great to have your company here this morning on this momentous day, and we'll return to you. But for the moment, let's look at what the impact of the pursuit of Julian Assange has had on US-Australian relations. To discuss this, we're joined by Senior Researcher in International and Security Affairs at the think tank, the Australia Institute, Dr Emma Shortis. Dr Shortis, thank you for your time. Now, this is a deal that all could accept. Tell us about the US-Australia relationship. Is that a win for that relationship?
Look, I think it's certainly being framed that way, but part of the reason that we've got to this point, that we've got to this plea deal, is because Julian Assange's case was becoming a real issue for the alliance. You know, it's been described by some official sources, I think, as an irritant, but I think it was clearly becoming more than that. I think sitting alongside AUKUS and growing questions about what that will mean for Australian sovereignty, you know, having the pursuit of an Australian citizen for the publication of information sitting alongside that was making people increasingly uncomfortable about the alliance. And I think both governments were increasingly aware of that as well.
So what were the practical ways in which that would be problematic for that alliance?
Well, look, the US-Australia alliance is long and deep, and it is consistently described as being based on shared democratic values. You know, much of the pitch, I suppose, for the AUKUS deal is that this is about aligning, and this is the words of President Joe Biden, this is about aligning autocracies against democracy. So to have that message then sitting alongside the pursuit of an Australian publisher for the publication of information that embarrassed the United States, you know, really became irreconcilable, and I think exposed some of the hypocrisy of that relationship and of the United States in particular. You know, when it talks about its own democratic values to be doing this, that looks increasingly hypocritical. And I think, you know, the community was increasingly aware of that.
And yet in the end, it didn't drop the prosecution, it's just been watered down.
That's right. And I think that's really important to note. You know, this is so critical, as we've been hearing, for Julian Assange himself, given the extraordinary treatment that he's been subject to. But it's also true that he is, as part of this deal, is pleading guilty to a charge under the Espionage Act. And there are real concerns amongst press freedom advocates that that will have a chilling effect on journalism globally. And so I think in that sense, the Department of Justice has at least got part of what it wanted in that chilling effect. And I think it will be really important to continue to watch how that plays out in the future.
This really showed the personal effects in these relationships. Things did shift under Anthony Albanese, didn't they?
Look, I think they really did. And it is, as many people have been saying, a credit to the Australian government and a credit to the skills of Australian diplomats that it has gotten to this point, because, you know, it wasn't so long ago that the Trump administration actually began the concerted pursuit of Julian Assange by unsealing that indictment. And we saw a really strong ideological alignment between the Trump administration and the Morrison government in particular. So it has shifted really quickly. And again, I think it is a credit to the Australian government that they have advocated with the United States for Julian Assange's freedom, just, you know, given the weight of the power imbalance and a general, you know, fear, I think, in Australia, and particularly in Australian governments, of upsetting the United States.
And how important is the timing here? Of course, the United States going to an election, so to get this off the table ahead of time, because we know there are some very strong opinions there. We heard from Mike Pence, for example, posting on social media that this plea deal, Julian Assange endangered the lives of our troops in a time of war and should have been prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. So some quite raw emotions there as we head to the election in the US.
That's right. Look, I think it's important to say as well that there's no evidence for those claims. They've been really clearly refuted. So I think it's important for Australians to push back on those claims. But I think it's also really important, you know, as you identified, that there was a need, or I suppose a drive, to resolve this before an election, because again, you know, it was irreconcilable for the Biden administration, which is framing this election as a fight for the heart and soul of American democracy, to be pursuing a case, you know, that would deny somebody First Amendment rights to free speech. And so the need to get this out of the way, I think, was really critical. And so timing in that sense, I think, finally, you know, after so long, has worked in Julian Assange's favour.
Dr. Emma Shortis from the Australia Institute, thank you for your insights this morning.
Thanks for having me.
Political historian Sam Leibovich has written a book unpacking the controversial Espionage Act in the US. He explains why Julian Assange was indicted.
The Espionage Act, was passed way back in World War I, so it's a law from 1917, and it contains a couple of important provisions. One of them, handles what we think of as traditional spying or espionage. It makes it illegal to give information to a foreign government. But then there's a whole other section, Section 793, and that's what Julian Assange was charged under. And that's really not about espionage in the classic sense. That's about information handling or secrecy provisions. And so the law is incredibly controversial because these sections are very vague. You know, what we're really concerned with here, I think, are people who are related to the press, right? So there are instances of individuals who kind of, in the government, who withhold documents without authorization. You know, the most famous of these at the moment is obviously the former President Donald Trump. But in terms of people who've disclosed information to the press, we're talking about 20 cases in the history of the law, and only 5 of those were before the War on Terror. So it's really picked up steam in recent years, which is unusual for a law of this kind of age. And importantly, almost all of those cases have been cases prosecuting the whistleblower, the individual source inside the government who's provided information to the press. And so to use the law to prosecute someone like Julian Assange, who was really acting more like a publisher or a journalist receiving information from an inside source, Chelsea Manning in this case, that's incredibly unusual.
So recapping our breaking news, Julian Assange has pleaded guilty to 1 charge under the US Espionage Act on the island of Saipan under a plea deal that'll see him sentenced to time served. The host of RN Breakfast, Patricia Karvelis, joins us again now. Now, PK, the morning is panning out as we have expected. What are we expecting from here?
Yeah, it is panning out as we expected, and a few people have asked. I want to address some of the viewers' questions, which are good questions about a couple of things, just to clarify, like why is it being had in Saipan? Well, that's part of the deal that they, and it's quite a neat solution, really. Julian Assange obviously did not want to go onto US soil. There were some sensitivities and you know, concerns around that. It's in our time zone. It's on the way. It's US official soil, so that's where this court case is currently unfolding. And so the deal, as it works, is kind of all stitched up. I spoke to a New York Times journalist this morning who is an expert in justice in the United States, right? And I'm not an expert on justice in the United States. He is. And he told me that, I said, isn't it a done deal? Isn't that the point of a deal? Why are we so worried that something might go wrong? And he gave it a couple of examples of things where at the last minute a judge might not like something or be concerned. And they, you know, it's the judicial system. They have independence, and that things can go not according to plan. And it was an interesting insight. So far, you're right, it's going according to plan. The deal is standing up, if you like, which is that he has pled guilty to 1 count, and that means that time he's already served has been taken into account so that he doesn't have to come to Australia and be detained again, for instance. He will be a free man. What we know is that based on the flight tracker, and the entire country appears, well, not quite the entire country, but a lot of people flight tracking Julian Assange's travels, that the flight will land in Canberra this evening. Our understanding is at about just after 6:30 p.m. tonight, Australian time, he will land in Canberra. Now, I'm trying to confirm this right now, so I have not confirmed it yet, but there is a lot of speculation in Canberra that there will be a meeting or an appearance between Julian Assange and the Prime Minister. Again, here at ABC News, we want to get a source that confirms that, but he is going to Canberra. You know, why not Melbourne? Why not Sydney? It's an interesting location, given Parliament is sitting this week, the Prime Minister is in Canberra, and the Prime Minister has played a big role in advocating for Julian Assange and his freedom. And so, you know, watch that space. We will get a confirmation as soon as we can to you about what that means. But that means he will be on his way to Australia, and then, of course, there will be reuniting with his family. We understand his wife and his father will be in Canberra as well, and they have obviously been very anxious for a long period of time in relation to his mental and physical state. And so that's what happens next. It is a very big day, though, because we have been really speculating for a good 6 months about when this is happening. It's been poised to happen. And now this is a reality. He is very close to Australia now, and this court case will, my understanding, is conclude shortly, and we'll bring you that news as soon as it happens, Gemma, of course, when he ends up leaving that courtroom. He is with Kevin Rudd, the former Prime Minister.
I was about
Australia's
to ask you about
ambassador.
that, PK. Yeah, can you explain to our viewers his relationship with Assange in this long-running case?
Well, everyone knows that Kevin Rudd is, I don't know anyone, not everyone loves him, but he is incredibly hardworking. And I've spoken to people who say that he has been really obsessive about this and advocacy on this issue. He's been tasked by the Prime Minister as making sure that at the highest levels he continues to do that. So clearly he has played a role. We will never be able to quantify just who has been the most influential, but he is our ambassador in Washington, D.C., where all of the power brokers are. And he has been really trying to push the Biden administration on trying to settle this long-running issue. 14 years this has been running. And so him travelling to Saipan and then on to Canberra with Julian Assange, Stephen Smith, who's the High Commissioner to the UK, also for Australia, a former Labor minister, both of them former, Labor ministers, and in the case of Kevin Rudd, Prime Minister, are travelling with Julian Assange. This shows the level of investment our government has put into this case and on advocacy on this case. And so we saw those pictures of Julian Assange and Kevin Rudd walking into the court together, and that's when we first saw him after he landed earlier this morning. Now, of course, the deal had already been struck, and then he's going through the formal process through the judicial system of pleading guilty, and he'd already agreed through his lawyers to the consequences he will face, which involve not being in jail in Australia. He will be a free man. All of the other conditions, what that means, we don't know them all, actually, so there is a lot more that will emerge. The government has been reluctant to share much because, of course, it is sensitive and still unfolding.
And PK, we rightly go to these legal avenues, these diplomatic avenues, the advocacy that's taken place over all these years, but at the centre of it, of course, is a man. And we spoke to his dad this morning, John Shipton, who has been a supporter all along, and really, his voice cracking as he spoke of this development and just what it'll be like for Julian Assange to walk on a beach, for example, those normal things that have been denied of him for all these years.
It's unthinkable. I mean, for anyone who is incarcerated for a long period of time, if I can make it more general, obviously this is a particular case, but it's, you are deprived of your liberties. You are deprived of your right to
We'll continue that in a moment.
freedom.
PK, just for a moment, our viewers on ABC television, they're leaving us at the moment. You can keep up to date on the latest news on the ABC News channel. Now, PK, I'll return to you there. You're explaining the human side of all of this.
There is a human side. You're right. There is a man at the centre of this. Love him or loathe him, and people have strong feelings. But at the end of the day, he's served an incredibly long period of time. He also was holed up in the Ecuadorian embassy for a long period of time. Of course, that was not good for his health or his movement and freedom. And then, of course, now he's been in Belmarsh prison. 14 years this has lasted. He has had 2 children and really not being able to be a father to them and be with them. So, yes, there is a very human story, as you say, Gemma, which is enormously significant and I think has touched many people. I think that I've spoken to many people, voters, average people, who tell me it's just too long. And in all of the focus groups, politicians, some of them have been very principled, who came out early on this, but others, I think they're actually reading the room a little bit too. And the mood in Australia really, really shifted dramatically on this. A lot of Australians, not obviously all, but overwhelmingly say, hasn't this guy done enough time? What's going on? And Australians also know we are close allies with the United States. So there's also been pressure on us to use and leverage that relationship. If we are such a good friend to the United States, there has been a view that perhaps they should be a good friend to us as well. And so that's why I think we've seen ultimately what we've seen, which is, probably not the most perfect outcome. He hasn't been pardoned yet, although, as we know, Stella Assange has told us they will seek a pardon from the US president. Yeah,
and PK, I think Barnaby Joyce really spelled out that view yesterday for those who, Julian Assange divided opinion, obviously, early on with those who were for what he did and those against. Barnaby Joyce still says he is against what Julian Assange did, but what has has united both groups is that they say it was too long, and he spelt out those reasons yesterday and this morning.
Yeah, Barnaby Joyce was one of the earlier ones in the coalition who broke ranks, at least in what he said. And another person I can think of, I mean, there were a couple. They were the ones early on who broke ranks, if you like. And then you'll recall, Gemma, there was that bipartisan delegation not that long ago, people like Monique Ryan, Barnaby Joyce, who all travelled to Washington, D.C. to lobby, expressing the broader parliamentary support for Julian Assange to be released and for the United States to be active in doing a deal around that. And that was quite, I think, a significant turning point in all of this. So we had, just to give you sort of the political prism and dimensions, our Prime Minister, who, as I say, unlike Scott Morrison, took an active position pushing for Julian Assange's release, and then what became an increasingly bipartisan parliamentary view, with some exceptions, but broadly pushing for his release. And it wasn't, and this is a really important point, I think, it wasn't a left-right prism anymore. It was, we know, you know, there were people from the right side of Tucker Carlson this morning, for instance, expressing his support for Julian Assange. People from the right and the left. The Greens were early in calling for him to be released before we heard that sort of voice in the Labor Party. But it has built in its momentum. And you mentioned Julian Assange's father, who you spoke to, and it was a beautiful interview and really emotional.
Yeah.
You're a parent, I'm a parent. I mean, if my child was incarcerated for that long, I don't think I could front a camera. I don't know how the people find the strength to do it. I'm always in awe as a journalist of people who have the strength to talk about things that are so close to their heart, their own children. But they have been fierce advocates of Julian Assange and have really been part of what has become a worldwide movement pushing for his release. It's not just Australians, in the US, in the UK, the activism around this case, because he was the founder of WikiLeaks. People really, really feel very strongly that this right to know and the right to have access to information about what governments do in our name, we should have a right to see, and we have a right to defend people who go in the pursuit of doing things which can improve the community we live in and our institutions. And so I do think that the movement has built and built and built and become really mainstream now, which is why we're seeing this, the settling of this. The next thing, other than him flying home to Australia, reuniting with his family, and that will all be very emotional, but the next chapter will also be whether Joe Biden does decide to pardon him. Now, on that, I don't think we know. Of course, only the President and his closest advisors would know is the truth, but I'm not sure how that will go. I'm sure, given that Donald Trump is, you know, basically the Republican candidate, so to speak, and Joe Biden is also the Democrat candidate, or the president who's running again, they will be asked about this, and there will be some sensitivities about whether a pardon is delivered, but the Assange campaign and his supporters want to push for a pardon. They have done this deal, but they would like this to be, they'd like to get more than what they've got, and I think they will keep pursuing that.
PK, it's great to have your company as a coverage of this momentous day.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to those just joining us. I'm Gemma Vaness. You're watching our ongoing coverage of Australian WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange, who's currently appearing before a US court on the Pacific island of Saipan. Now, the 52-year-old has formally pleaded guilty to one count under the US National Security Act. That charge, conspiracy to obtain and disclose national defence information, carries a maximum penalty of up to 10 years in prison. But under a deal with prosecutors, the Australian is expected to be released based on time already served. Julian Assange spent more than 5 years in the UK's Belmarsh prison, and it's been more than 14 years since his legal saga first began. Swedish prosecutors first sought his extradition as part of a rape investigation in 2010, weeks after WikiLeaks released Iraq war documents that revealed human rights abuses by the US-led coalition and thousands of previously undisclosed civilian deaths. Greg Barnes is an advisor to the Australian Assange campaign. He says this plea deal ends a long-running effort to have Julian Assange freed.
His case is an emblem of what happens when you get dangerous extraterritorial reach by the United States, or any country for that matter. But furthermore, it's been a case about freedom of the press and freedom of expression. And it's a very important line in the sand to demonstrate that countries such as Australia will take issue, even with a very close friend like the United States, when it comes to, a person who's in trouble for what were political crimes, alleged political crimes. It's an important resolution of this matter because, he was facing 170 years plus in a US jail, and bringing a matter to a close, which is something the Prime Minister has said he wanted to do, has now been achieved.
Now, we spoke earlier to Julian Assange's father, John Shipton. He says he's feeling many emotions today.
Doing cartwheels is a good expression of the joy that one feels. That Julian is returned home, about to return home. The circumstances, there may be some questions to be resolved by the lawyers and the diplomats in the future, but having Julian home to an ordinary life after 15 years of incarceration in one form or another, house arrest, jail, and asylum in an embassy, is pretty good news.
And you've seen him along the way. We saw footage of him yesterday as well. How is he doing?
Well, as you can easily imagine, that his spirits have lifted, and he will be able to spend quality time with his wife, Stella, and his 2 children. Be able to walk up and down the beach and feel the sand through his toes in winter, that lovely chill, and be able to learn how to be patient and play with your children for a couple of hours. All of the great beauty of ordinary life.
John, it's Steve Kinane here in the studio. I know that you visited DC a number of times to lobby on the Hill, both the Department of Justice, the
Yes,
Department of State,
yes.
and also congressmen and women. And of course your son Gabriel did the same on a regular basis. I wonder what influence you think that might have had in getting us to today's situation.
Well, I think the profound influence is the Australian people who, as you see by the media storm that has engulfed Australia over Julian's return, is that the profound influence is the unity and insistence of the Australian people, the Australian Parliament, the Australian Government Foreign Minister, and Anthony Albanese, and Kevin Rudd and Stephen Smith. These people are experienced and top of the tree in politics in Australia, and they are carried on the shoulders of the support that the Australian people give them and insist that the matter be resolved fairly. Then we can go to the relationship between states, which is quite opaque and very different. So the institutions of state in their relationship to each other, the FBI, the CIA, the Department of Justice and the Department of State, all extremely powerful institutions, have spent many years pursuing Julian to unravel that and to take it to a position where the matter can be resolved in what the Americans call a plea deal, which is an expression I don't much like because it's talking about people's lives. The profound skill of Kevin Rudd and Stephen Smith and their assistant diplomats and lawyers that managed to weave together our institutions of state and the institutions of state in the United States to resolve an outstanding matter, particularly where it concerns the First Amendment of the United States, which covers free speech. And that effect of free speech is also felt in Australia. We like to be able to make our decisions founded upon knowledge, not just rumour and not in the bliss of ignorance, but founded upon knowledge. Well, equally, the American Constitution, in its finest part, has the Bill of Rights, and the first of those, the most important thereby, is the free speech legislation. All things fall under that. All things are embraced by that. You can't possibly call yourself a civilization if you act outside of the Constitution, which embraces your nation. It's just not possible. And the other comments that were earlier made, that none of the other publishers, and they are the height of legacy media. None of the other publishers have been arraigned, indicted, smeared, cajoled, called liar. None of them. None whatsoever. And in the case Julian has. And they equally published the material that is at the foundation of these espionage charges and accusations.
That was John Shipton, Julian Assange's father, there being interviewed by myself and also my colleague Steve Kinane earlier. Now, in the United States, Julian Assange has long divided opinion. Some have been firm that he should face consequences for what WikiLeaks has published, and others have said he is entitled to press freedom. Let's go to our North America correspondent, Carrington Clark, now. Carrington, what are people saying there in Washington today?
Yeah, so the supporters of Julian Assange here in Washington seem to be an almost perfect illustration of the kind of horseshoe theory of political persuasion, that at some point the far right and the far left meet, and that seems to be the case with Julian Assange. I was up on Capitol Hill today and was able to speak to a couple of the most vocal supporters of Julian Assange. On one hand, we have a very progressive Democrat from Massachusetts, one of the most liberal cities in the United States. That's little with a small L, meaning progressive here in the United States, who believes that Julian Assange is a perfect illustration of a crusading journalist who, through his work with WikiLeaks, was able to bring attention to war crimes and was able to help inform the public about what the government was doing in their name. Jim McGovern is happy that finally it looks like Julian Assange will be released. But on the other side of the political aisle, somebody who he shares almost no political ground with, he's usually very much on the other side of the battle lines with, is Marjorie Taylor Greene, aka MTG, who is known as one of the strongest supporters of the former President Donald Trump, somebody who constantly rails against the government, what she terms the deep state, and also traditional media. But to her, Julian Assange is a crusading journalist, but she praises him in comparison to those news organisations, the mainstream media that she does not like. So this was a little of what I heard earlier today, with two sides of the American political aisle coming together to support the release of Julian Assange.
I think it's a victory for free press, and I think it's a victory for truth. Many people followed his story closely for years and years. And I, for one, as an American, think it's appalling that he was arrested and held for so long. What he did was to reveal the truth about our government in particular, which I think needed to be exposed.
This is about more than Julian Assange. This is about freedom of the press. This is about journalism, and I think he was trying to uphold a very important principle, and this was probably the only way out of this situation at this particular point. But I'm glad it's over, and I'm glad he's home.
Now, both of those two supporters of Julian Assange also say that they support a presidential pardon. Marjorie Taylor Greene, who does claim to be very close to former President Donald Trump, believes that he is being serious when he says he will very, very seriously consider a pardon for Julian Assange. There's less reason to be hopeful when it comes to Joe Biden as far as Julian Assange is concerned. There's no clear guidance that he is considering a presidential pardon, but we wait to see how this plays out. Now, that is not to say that all politicians here in Washington are supportive of Julian Assange. Traditional conservative Republicans in particular have railed against this plea deal. It was led by the former Vice President Mike Pence, who says that Julian Assange should not be receiving his freedom. Many say that what WikiLeaks did endangered not only American military personnel, but also those people who provided them information. But also on the Democrat side, besides the release of these military top secret documents, Julian Assange became a player in the 2016 presidential election between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, when WikiLeaks released a huge tranche of documents from the Democratic Party, which Hillary Clinton believes is part of the reason that she lost that election. She's previously called Julian Assange an agent of the Russian government. So there is bad blood among Republicans and Democrats, but you still have this kind of strange coalition that has built up around Julian Assange, who believes that he is a crusading journalist and he does deserve his freedom.
Carrington, is this the end of the legal battle with the US?
It does look like this will end the formal court process, but this battle regarding a potential presidential pardon does not seem to be going away. We've already heard from Julian Assange's wife that this is something that they will continue to be fighting for. It is a question that's been put to Donald Trump. It's an issue that is particularly ripe among the, say, libertarian wing of the Republican Party, which is also strongly supportive of, say, RFK Jr., who's running as a third-party candidate with very little chance of actually becoming the president, but somebody who has been very strongly supportive of the cause of Julian Assange. Now, the co-conspirator as listed in these court documents, Chelsea Manning, who was the military personnel who handed on those documents, was able to leak those documents to WikiLeaks, which were then disseminated. Chelsea Manning was very quickly found guilty, sentenced to 35 years in prison, but that sentence was commuted by the former President Barack Obama after only 7 years. Now, that might give some hope to Julian Assange. After today, if this is all accepted, the guilty plea is accepted, he will be a convicted felon. His team would obviously like that record to be expunged. That can only happen through a US presidential pardon. So he would be hoping that would occur, but there's a long way for that to play out, you would think.
Carrington, thank you. And WikiLeaks has just posted on X that it expects Julian Assange to embark on a flight back to Australia later today. Now, the Transparency Organisation posted that Assange was scheduled to depart for Canberra early this afternoon. So that news coming through there from WikiLeaks. Now, Larry Pfeiffer is a former CIA Chief of Staff and expert in intelligence, policy and international security at George Mason University. And he joins us now. Larry, can I get your reaction to this plea deal that's taking place?
So as a career United States intelligence professional, my preference would have been for Assange to have faced a judge and jury in America and perhaps served time, depending upon the verdict, in America. But that being said, this plea agreement is fair, it's just, it's not unusual in these sorts of cases to have a plea agreement before you get to trial for a variety of reasons. One could be an effort to protect sources and methods that may be disclosed in the course of a trial. I think in this particular case, you had the diplomatic irritants with the UK and with Australia, and you had the broader question about freedom of the press and whether Assange is or is not a journalist, and that big, long debate that could have complicated matters. So in the end, I'm happy. You know, the man, I think, personally, I believe, served more time in his self-imposed exile at the Ecuadorian embassy and his time in UK prisons fighting extradition than he probably would have served if he had actually just come over to America, faced the judge and jury, and been convicted. I think he could have actually had less time and maybe rejoined his family even sooner.
So that point of view you described there as a former CIA chief of staff, wanting him to face a judge but accepting that this is the best outcome here. Do you think that is really in line with how the US government pursued this and then sought this plea deal in the end?
Well, as I said, it's not at all unusual for the Department of Justice to seek plea deals in these cases. The security services do not like the material being potentially aired out in an open court. There's always the risk that a defendant or some of their supporters may disclose information in the course of a court proceeding that you would not want to see disclosed because it could potentially impact sources or methods in collecting and reporting intelligence, or perhaps even endanger lives, as you mentioned, or someone mentioned earlier, endanger lives of people that may have been aiding the United States in these missions.
It's fair to say that was the opinion of many in Australia as well. Julian Assange did divide opinion, but those camps really came together over the past few years to say that the time already served is enough. But I just want to go to Mike Pence's comments in light of this plea deal that he's posted on social media. Julian Assange endangered the lives of our troops in a time of war and should have been prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Now, there were no examples of anyone having lost their lives as a result of what WikiLeaks published. That was confirmed in the Chelsea Manning sentencing.
So the issue at play in the court of law would have actually been violation of the law in terms of illegally obtaining classified material and illegally disseminating classified material. This information is classified at various tiers of classification: confidential, secret, top secret, all of which determine the increasing danger to U.S. national security by their disclosure. So no need to actually prove that somebody or something got hurt, but the potential for somebody or something to get hurt exists because of its disclosure.
And you mentioned Australia and US sharing security interests, of course. We also share democratic values. Do you think the US democratic values were challenged by this case?
Well, democracy is, as we all know, is a messy thing at times, and you're always balancing various interests. And there are times in our history when greater emphasis may be put on certain values regarding freedoms of the press, freedoms of assembly, freedoms of liberty. During times of war, some of those freedoms can come under some pressure. Here, clearly, we had significant issues around the notion of freedom of the press. I served 32 years in the U.S. intel community, and I love the United States press, and I love the fact that they will sometimes challenge the behavior of the U.S. intelligence community, the U.S. military, when we actually do operate in excess. They serve as a curb on those things. So, was Assange truly a pure journalist, in benign receipt of material from whistleblowers? I would argue that that's a little bit of a stretch, that, this is an individual who actually actively helped people break the law. He actually provided techniques and tools to individuals to help them break into computers. He helped steer them towards material that he wanted to get. He operated much more like a foreign intelligence service than he did a foreign journalist, for example.
And Larry, as we say, you come at this from the national security point of view, but can you tell us about the general American public? Did the Assange case feature in their collective consciousness, do you think?
Just following the last 10 or 15 minutes of your coverage, here in the United States, on our cable TV news channels, on our nightly news, it's a story. It's not the lead story. It's not the big story. Most Americans, if you actually asked them who Julian Assange was, might not even be able to answer the question. So I really doubt that the Julian Assange case will play any kind of significant role with regards to American opinions in the coming election, for example.
Larry, finally, do you think that Julian Assange will be offered a presidential pardon, and do you have an opinion on that?
I would be very surprised if he were offered a presidential pardon by this current president in particular. I believe that this was a plea deal that involved compromises and agreements being obtained amongst a variety of American governmental bureaucratic players, the intelligence services, the Department of Justice, and others. So to now offer a pardon would probably fly in the face of somebody's agreement to doing this. There have been times in the past, for example, a great example is the Pollard case in Israel, where efforts were made to get U.S. presidents to drop the case or to agree to allow him to, be released and made free. And there have been CIA directors in the past who threatened to resign if that were to happen. And now I don't know if somebody would threaten to resign over a pardon for Julian Assange, but that's the kind of bureaucratic compromise that happens when these decisions get made.
Larry Pfeiffer, former CIA Chief of Staff, expert in intelligence, policy and international security at George Mason University. Thank you for taking the time to speak to us this morning.
Thank you.
Well, journalist and former Al Jazeera correspondent Peter Grester spent 13 months in an Egyptian jail. He says regardless of how people view Julian Assange, the WikiLeaks founder's case has serious implications on journalism.
It's probably not unexpected, although it's still a very pleasant surprise. We know negotiations have been underway in all sorts of forms. Some months ago, President Biden said that when he was asked whether he was going to release Julian Assange, he said, "We're considering it." And I think that was the first indication that the Americans were seriously looking at some kind of agreement. But this has still come as something of a surprise. We've had so many false starts that nobody really believed it was going to happen until it actually did happen.
Yeah, that's right. And can you tell us about this deal? Is it a good compromise for all?
I'm not sure that it's a good compromise. I think that everyone involved will probably be frustrated to a certain extent. Julian Assange's critics will have wanted him to serve prison. They will have wanted something much more substantial than a fairly token guilty plea to one single charge under the Espionage Act. And I'm pretty sure that Julian Assange and his lawyers will always say that he's not guilty of anything and didn't do anything wrong. But this is the kind of deal that I think everyone, if they're not happy with, could at least live with. I think the Assange camp would have recognised that there was really no alternative, that the parties, both in the United States and I think to a certain extent the United Kingdom, had also painted themselves into a corner where there was no real option but to see some kind of guilty plea. I don't think President Biden was ever going, or the Biden administration was ever going to drop the charges entirely, particularly coming up to a very important election. And that because that would have been seen to be weak on security in some form. But equally, I don't think anyone wanted this to go to trial and for all of the messy politics surrounding it to bubble up. So yes, I think this is, as I said, something that no one was particularly happy with, but everyone could live with.
And Peter, you spent time in an Egyptian prison, of course. Can you give us some insight into some of what Julian Assange may be feeling today?
I think that he's going to be feeling really quite discombobulated. There's this weird mix of joy and elation, and a certain degree of confusion and disorientation. Julian, I only spent 13 months in prison, 400 days. Julian has spent closer to 13 years, and his experience has been far more odious than anything I went through. But I also know just how strange it was to go from incarceration, which is designed to mess with your head. Fundamentally, it's a form of psychological pressure, psychological torture. And so you can't go through that experience, particularly with the degree of uncertainty that Julian has experienced in this whole ordeal, and then come out the other side and just pop straight back into normal life as if nothing had happened. It's going to be a very, very difficult transition for him, I think.
Now, this deal, Peter, if we can go back to it, where Assange is pleading guilty to that charge, it sets him free, of course. It satisfies diplomatic and humanitarian aims. What about legally and philosophically, though? What does it mean for free speech and journalism?
I think there are a couple of things to be said. First of all, this is previous US administrations, and in particular Barack Obama, surprisingly, have been incredibly aggressive about using the Espionage Act to go after journalist sources. And although it's impossible to quantify the stories that haven't been told, I think it's indisputable that it will have had a chilling effect on those sources and therefore public interest journalism. But this is the first time that any publisher has been forced to plead guilty under the Espionage Act. And regardless of what you think about Julian as a journalist or not, I think the implications of this case for journalism are very, very serious. President Obama, for all of his aggression in going after journalist sources, decided against prosecuting Julian Assange because he and his administration recognised that if they did that, it would be very, very difficult not to go after the big publishers, the big news organisations such as the New York Times and the Washington Post. And so it is worrying to see that Julian has been forced to plead guilty and to see that there is now a precedent. It's not clear to me at this point how that precedent may or may not be used. But we know that when leaders with authoritarian tendencies get in power, they tend to use all of the levers that they have to prosecute, to go after any critics. And I think that that plea will be worrying for anyone who's concerned about the free press in the United States, and in fact anyone who is outside the US, because of course Julian wasn't a US citizen, he wasn't in the US at the time, and so any international journalists who are doing similar work will also be very, very worried.
Yeah, and Peter, I know you've struggled with the question of journalism in this case. It is a complex one, but you say that WikiLeaks was doing what the First Amendment to the US Constitution was designed to achieve, that guaranteeing freedom of speech, press freedom, and in the process granting people the right to speak out against abuses of government authority.
Yeah, that's right. The First Amendment is considered by a lot of people to be the gold standard when it comes to defending press freedom and freedom of the speech. It's been used in countless court cases to defend all sorts of things that have been published that US governments have tried to suppress. And I think in this case, we should be celebrating the fact that, we should be acknowledging the importance of what WikiLeaks did. It's difficult to celebrate it given the fact that Julian's been forced to plead guilty under those circumstances. But, you know, I think the point is that at one level, in my view, the who is less of an issue than the how. Just because someone puts something online doesn't make them a journalist. If that were the case, anyone with a social media account could call themselves a journalist, and I don't think that's the case. I think that's undermining what journalism is. Journalism is a process, an organised process for gathering, organising and presenting information in line with a set of professional ethical standards and processes. I'm not convinced that WikiLeaks made that standard, but that is not to diminish the importance, the significance of what WikiLeaks published and the way it exposed all sorts of evidence of some very, very serious abuses of power and authority by the United States.
We have some more details coming through. This breaking news this morning from inside that US court in Saipan. AP reports that in pleading guilty to US espionage charges, WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange has told the court that he accepted he had broken US espionage law, but that he believed that law contradicted First Amendment rights. Now, through this deal with the prosecutors, he's required to admit guilt to a single felony count, and it'll also permit him to return to Australia without spending any time in an American prison. WikiLeaks says it expects Assange to depart Saipan for Australia in less than 2 hours. So that latest there in this breaking news this morning as we continue to cover the sentencing here of Julian Assange. Let's get a check-in of the weather, though, now with Nate Byrne. Nate, it's been a busy morning. Now we've got some wild and windy weather warnings. What's happening?
Yeah. While all of that's been going on, Gemma, I've been keeping a very close eye on the Bureau of Meteorology because, we've got... It's been a little while, well, not all that long, but at least the first half of the week that I've been back, we've had a quiet one, but we have been seeing plenty of falls through South Australia and the southeast. Now, the system that was causing some pretty soggy conditions yesterday is now driving a couple of troughs over the southeast of the nation. By the way, we're going to talk about this elephant in the room in a second. But those troughs are causing some damaging winds. Now, we've seen gusts in excess of 90 kilometres now this morning at Thredbo Top Station. We've got these warnings on across the Alps in the south of New South Wales for damaging winds, gusts potentially to 110 kilometres an hour. And this is likely to last all through the day today and likely into tomorrow morning as well as these troughs continue their passage through. The system's been fairly slow moving and that's going to remain the case right now. But yeah, we've got some more wild weather potentially. There's a trough up in Queensland, onshore winds there pumping in lots of moisture. We could see some wet and potentially, well, we'll see wet weather, but potentially stormy conditions there. And then there's this front which is also generating some storms. Pretty windy too for many. Now, we could be talking about gusty thunderstorms around western parts of the southwest land division. No warnings at this stage, but it'll be one to watch. You can see it's got a fairly decent northwards extent as well. So plenty of falls on the way for large parts of the west.
Yeah, so can you tell us how much? What sort of rain are we looking at?
Oh yeah, well this front, it's going to be slow moving and we're going to see it affecting us right across the nation through the week ahead and into the weekend and perhaps even into early next week. We'll still be talking about this. For the most part, day on day, the totals aren't going to be huge, but you'll see them getting a bit bigger in the west where a low's going to stay and keep bringing some falls. And then again in the east, once it starts to encounter some more moisture with onshore winds, we're likely to see some enhanced falls compared to what happens as it goes through the middle. But you can see the signal remains as we get into early next week. Like I say, not huge totals, but we'll see some maybe getting to 50 millimetres in parts of WA's west, north of about Perth. Some bigger falls in Queensland as well. In fact, the rain that's there now, the trough is going to remain there and causing some wet weather for the next few days before this front then moves in. And then northwestern parts of Tassie also probably getting a decent drink through the week ahead. So, yeah, plenty of falls to talk about. Through the middle, though, not a heck of a lot to write home about.
And can you take us around the states, Nate?
All right, let's get into it. Queensland, today you got some wet weather for pretty much all of the state, except in the southwest. Clear skies there. Look, the majority of the falls will be through the northern and central parts of the state west of Longreach. We'll watch for some moderate falls between Charters Towers and Emerald. No warnings, but we could see some. Storms too from Georgetown to Biloela, and they'll extend east to the coast. Brisbane for now should stay fine. It's getting to 24 degrees. You'll see some showers around tomorrow. Now there's a risk of some afternoon thunderstorms from that getting into the northeast of New South Wales as well. Otherwise, some falls for the southern interior, mostly around the ranges. Snow down to 1,200 metres, and of course those very windy conditions. The capitals are fine though. 21 in Sydney, 14 on the way for Canberra. In Victoria, we've had some wet weather pretty much statewide this morning. It's becoming more isolated as we speak. We'll just see some of those showers sticking around for the ranges later. Snow was down to 1,100 metres this morning, lifting to 1,300 metres through the day. Melbourne showers pretty much done with now, 14 your top. In Tasmania, it's sort of similar. We've got wet weather pretty much statewide, though it's fairly isolated except for in the north and parts of the west too. Storms for the north coast and the central plateau potentially. Hobart's just had a possible morning shower. That'll be a dry afternoon, getting to 13. In South Australia, onshore winds are really going to be the focus of the falls, continuing around the agricultural area. It'll concentrate them near the coast. Adelaide, 5 to 15 millimetres today and a top of 15 for you. Over in WA, it's all about this front. So widespread rain, and it's got a decent northwards extent. Those storms for western parts of the southwest land division, 19 on the way for Perth, showers for you. And then further north, those falls are making it all the way up to the Pilbara in WA. Otherwise, it's clear skies, just a couple of drops with onshore winds for the east of the top end. Gemma, for Darwin, it's sunny 31.
Thank you, Nate. Here are the top stories on ABC News. Julian Assange has formally pleaded guilty to one criminal charge in the US District Court on the Pacific island of Saipan. The judge told the court the charge was conspiracy to obtain and disclose national defence information, which carries a maximum penalty of up to 10 years in prison. Under an agreement with prosecutors, he will be released based on time already served. Julian Assange spent more than 5 years in the UK's Belmarsh prison, and it's been more than 14 years since his legal battle first began. The energy market operator is predicting almost 80% of homes will be powered by rooftop solar by 2050, in the latest blueprint to decarbonise the power grid. The roadmap also says in order to reach the target, all coal-fired power stations will need to be retired by 2038. The AEMO notes there are real risks replacement wind and solar projects won't be built in time. At least 5 people have been killed in Kenya during violent protests against controversial tax changes. Thousands of demonstrators had gathered in Nairobi before some broke through police barricades and set fire to parts of the country's parliament. The President, William Ruto, is vowing to restore order, deploying the military to some areas. And more than 90,000 fans are set to pack into the MCG tonight for the second match of this year's State of Origin series. Now, New South Wales have made 5 changes to their side, including recalling South Sydney star Latrell Mitchell for the first time since 2021. And Queensland will claim the Shield if they can win the match. That's ahead of the third game in Brisbane. And stay with us for our comprehensive coverage of WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange's plea deal, which could see him on his way back to Australia in a little over an hour. We're going to go to some other news as we wait to hear more news there. Now, as we heard, the Australian energy market operator has released a $122 billion roadmap to reach net zero by 2050. The plan confirms renewable energy, firmed with battery storage and backed up by gas power generation, as the lowest cost way to replace ageing coal-fired power stations, which it expects will all close by 2040. Now, AEMO has excluded the coalition's nuclear energy plan from its projections, citing that nuclear energy is not currently permitted under Australian law. Kenya's President William Ruto has accused criminals of being behind a violent demonstration in Nairobi, which has killed at least 5 people. These mass demonstrations against proposed tax hikes led to protesters storming and setting fire to the Parliament building. Police responded by firing live ammunition into the crowds of demonstrators.
They'd called for a total shutdown, and in towns across Kenya today, tens of thousands took to the streets. In Nairobi by lunchtime, there were running battles as police tried to hold back the tide of fury. But then this. Hundreds of demonstrators pushed through the gates of Parliament, overwhelming officers lined up outside. The response was quick and brutal. Live shots fired. Reports of 5 killed in the street and dozens more wounded. Others made it inside, challenging the government's authority in the building where MPs had been voting on the contentious finance bill.
This is as close as we feel it's safe to get to Parliament because police are firing live rounds there. The government had warned protesters to stay away from Parliament, and this has been the response. But the fact that the protesters were able to breach the building and that there have been casualties could galvanize them further. It may also increase the pressure for a government crackdown. This is uncharted territory for President Ruto.
At the end of the day, he addressed the nation.
I have directed all the organs of our national security to deploy measures to thwart any attempt by dangerous criminals to undermine the security and stability of our country.
Those on the streets earlier were united in anger.
I want to demand that our leaders give us accountability. It has been too many years of the system going round and round. We never get accountability from these leaders, such that it has come to a point when we as the people can tell them no, and they still go ahead and do what they want to do.
This evening, the wounded were being treated in hospital as the streets began to calm. The days ahead will show if protesters heed the president's warning. Kenya's powerful are facing an unprecedented challenge from the people.
The International Criminal Court has issued arrest warrants for Russia's former defence minister and the chief of general staff. Now, the court says there are reasonable grounds to believe Sergei Shoigu and Valery Gerasimov were responsible for Russian missile strikes against Ukraine's electricity network, violating international law. It is the third time the ICC has issued warrants for senior Russian leaders. Russia has dismissed the court's action as irrelevant, calling it part of a hybrid war against Moscow. Israel's government is scrambling to deal with a Supreme Court decision that has ordered ultra-Orthodox Jewish men to be drafted into the military. Middle East correspondent Eric Torchik reports.
Religious leaders have pledged to defy the ruling. They've called it unfair and humiliating to their communities. There are also practical problems with implementing it. In the past, when this issue has come up, Israel's military has said it's hard for it to draft large numbers of ultra-Orthodox men because they have special religious needs and limited education. And if the Israeli government stops funding these Bible colleges where most of the young ultra-Orthodox study, it will anger the ultra-Orthodox parties that are key members of the governing coalition. Those parties can't exactly leave, though, because the other parties in Israel are even more hostile towards their needs, given the bulk of Israel's population thinks young ultra-Orthodox men should serve in the military just like everyone else, and there's a growing need for more soldiers, given the ongoing conflict in Gaza and a potential invasion of southern Lebanon to fight Hezbollah. Also in Gaza, a key report has found that a famine is no longer imminent. But the report says a high risk of famine in the territory is continuing, and that around 500,000 people, or 1/5 of Gaza's population, are still suffering a catastrophic shortage of food. It acknowledges that even though it's lowered the classification for famine within the territory, that extreme human suffering is ongoing in Gaza, and that these conditions are likely to continue as long as armed conflict continues in Gaza and humanitarian access remains restricted.
The Federal Labor Party has avoided directly criticising Senator Fatima Payman, who voted against the party and in favour of a Greens motion recognising a Palestinian statehood. It's the first time in 40 years that a Labor member has crossed the floor while in government. The motion was ultimately defeated in the Senate, 13 votes to 52.
I was elected to serve the people of Western Australia and uphold the values instilled in me by my late father. Today, I have made a decision that would make him proud and make everyone proud who are on the side of humanity.
Greens leader Adam Bandt says Senator Payman has set the bar for other supporters of Palestinian recognition in Parliament.
It's disgraceful that Liberal and Labor voted together to deny recognition of Palestine. Labor promised at the election they would do it and make it a priority, and they've broken an election promise. As Senator Payman bravely and courageously did the right thing. I think Senator Payman has now set the bar for other Labor MPs. If a first-term young senator can cross the floor to do the right thing, then other Labor MPs have run out of excuses. If Senator Payman can do it, then why can't Peter Khalil or Jed Carney or Justine Elliott or Graham Perrott or all of those members who said that they care about what is happening? Well, now they've got no more excuses. They've had multiple opportunities to cross the floor. They haven't done it. I think Senator Payman has now set the bar, and the Greens are going to keep pushing for the government to take action, because at the end of the day, that's what this is about. There are practical things that Labor could do to put pressure on this extreme Netanyahu government to stop the invasion, including recognise Palestine, and Labor's refused to do any of that, and we're going to keep pushing.
We're going to take you live now to Canberra, where Prime Minister Anthony Albanese is speaking alongside the Prime Minister of the Solomon Islands.
Australia and Pacific nations are well placed to meet the security needs of our region. We regard security as the job of our Pacific family. As we demonstrated during the Solomon Islands historic joint elections in April, when Australia worked with Papua New Guinea, New Zealand and Fiji to assist the Royal Solomon Islands Police Force with election-related security and logistics. And Prime Minister, can I say that I very much look forward to working closely with you in the future. This has been an important visit for you. It's been a visit in which you will go to the State of Origin tonight in Melbourne to experience some Australian culture, and then before visiting Brisbane as well. You and your delegation are welcome here. You are very familiar with Australia, having been here, as we discussed in our one-on-one meeting as part of the public service engagement and cooperation that we have with exchanges. Those people-to-people relations are so important, and I see today as an important next step in a personal partnership, but also a partnership between our two nations that I want to see grow into the future. Prime Minister.
Thank you. Let me first of all pay tribute to the traditional owners and custodians of the land we currently stand on, and to pay my respect to their leaders, past, present and emerging. Let me also thank Prime Minister Albanese for inviting me to come to Australia as Solomon Islands Prime Minister shortly after my election to the Prime Minister's role. This is my first international trip as Prime Minister of Solomon Islands, and I'm extremely honored to be here in Australia. And let me also, on that note, on behalf of my delegation, take the opportunity to sincerely thank Prime Minister Albanese, your government and people for the wonderful hospitality and warm reception that you have rendered to my delegation. Solomon Islands and Australia have enjoyed a durable and fruitful relationship that developed over many decades, bound together by one ocean, our rich culture and people-to-people connections, and guided by our mutual respect for each other's sovereignty. We are family, and there is not much we can do about the fact that we are very close neighbors, because the Almighty God has put us close together. This visit is very important for Solomon Islands and for me as the Prime Minister of Solomon Islands. The principal objective of my visit are, one, to thank the Australian government and people through the Prime Minister for all the assistance Australia has rendered to my country over the past many years, and secondly, to also discuss with Prime Minister Albanese and his government, and we've done that this morning. Up until now, we had very frank discussions and dialogue, and look at ways to lift the current Solomon Islands-Australia relationship to another level through transformational partnership. During this visit, we discussed many areas of mutually important strategic partnerships, ranging from the highly successful and mutually beneficial Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Scheme, as the Prime Minister has alluded to investments in infrastructure, police training and security, climate change, health, and the new Pacific Engagement Visa, to mention a few. I am committed to ensure our relationship with Australia goes from strength to strength. I'm also committed to finding amicable and win-win solutions to any area of our partnerships that may require the attention of my cabinet. And on that note, as I've said, we have very frank discussions this morning. I've taken on board Australia's concerns in some of these areas, and we'll report back to Cabinet on the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prime Minister. We'll now take a couple of questions. First is Daniel Hurst.
Prime Minister Manili, under your predecessor, Solomon Islands forged a bit of a reputation for drawing closer to China. Can you explain what, if any, changes your government will take when it comes to the broad security, foreign affairs settings of Solomon Islands, particularly when it comes to China and Australia and responding to your security and policing needs? And Prime Minister Albanese, you mentioned earlier the desire to increase the size of the Royal Solomons Police Force. What role do you see the AFP playing in supporting that move?
Thank you. Prime Minister.
Thank you for that very important question. Our security partnerships, including with China, is domestically focused. We are trying to address internal security challenges. Of course, we do acknowledge and appreciate that our partners, China and Australia, they have security strategic interests as well. In our case, we see security through a development lens. As a country, we have wider and deeper development interests, that it is important for us to work with all our partners to address these development challenges going forward.
Thanks, Prime Minister. With regard to Australia's role, we had Police Commissioner Kershaw as part of the meeting that we had in the Cabinet room, and that's not by accident, because Australia has historically played a role in training, in delivering support for the Royal Solomon Islands Police Force, which is there. What we've had is discussions that will continue. We'll deliver very soon as well 2 vessels for the Solomon Islands. Importantly, they are purpose-built for the Solomons. They'll be able to be repaired in the Solomons. Some of the lessons of the past have been learnt in order to improve when we provide infrastructure to make sure it's sustainable and to make sure we're providing training and skills to maximise the benefit for the Solomon Islands going forward. Pablo.
Prime Minister Manala, you've spoken about some of the significant fiscal issues Solomon Islands is facing and the support that you would like. Would you like to see that in the form of direct support or a loan? You're headed to Beijing next. Is this something you intend to discuss with your Chinese counterpart? And Prime Minister Albanese, is this something...
OK, we'll leave that there. That is the Solomon Islands' new Prime Minister, Jeremiah Manele. First state visit to Australia since taking office. We're leaving it, though, because we have some further breaking news to bring you now. That a US federal court has accepted a guilty plea from Julian Assange. Now, after previously stating his intention to plead guilty, Julian Assange has now been told to stand up before the court and enter his plea. Now, the federal court judge, Ramona Magnola, says that she accepts that plea and the court is now on a break. So that breaking news coming out there as we follow this coverage of Julian Assange and his sentencing there on the island of Saipan this morning. Now, Alicia Barry is here with your business news.
It's a reversal of fortunes on the Australian share market this morning. After surging 1.4% yesterday, investors appear to be locking in those profits. All 11 sectors on the ASX 200 are lower. The All Ordinaries Index and the ASX 200 are down about 0.8% each at the moment. If we take a look at the top movers, Collins Foods, the owner of KFC in Australia, was the biggest gainer yesterday. Today, it's the top loser along with Harvey Norman and Arcadium Lithium. On the way up, Novo recovering from some of yesterday's losses, Super Retail and Karoon Energy. To the Asian session now, where the NZ50 is edging a little higher. We'll get a read on the Chinese markets when they open shortly. It was a mixed session on Wall Street overnight, largely thanks to Nvidia snapping its 3-day run of losses and actually gaining 6.8%. Nvidia's gain boosted the Nasdaq to the tune of 1.3% and the S&P added 0.4%, while the Dow Jones slipped by about 0.8% after home improvement retailer Home Depot dropped 3.6%. And the Australian dollar is down slightly against the greenback. Investors are waiting on the latest monthly inflation data due at 11:30 from the ABS. The more volatile monthly read is expected to show a tick up from 3.6% in the previous month to 3.8% in terms of an inflation read in May. The Australian dollar at 66.3 US cents, and that is finance, Gemma.
Thanks, Alicia. And a reminder, you can keep up to date on all the latest news on all your devices on our website and ABC iView. I'm Gemma Vaness. Now, a US court has accepted a guilty plea from WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange. We'll have continuing coverage after the break.
I'd really like to go to London.
We go together or not at all?
What if Austin flew to London with you?
Brilliant.
The heartwarming hit.
This is the greatest moment of my life.
Austin, Sunday at 8, or stream it all on ABC iView.
There's a fly in the ointment at Goods, and her name is Magda.
Your first day?
Yes, madam. I'll be the woman on the inside.
Your family make knockoff Goods designs.
Well, you might know my secret, but I know yours. Dad was a gambler, Mum.
There are loan sharks wanting money paid back.
Mrs. Umberday, would you accompany me to my office?
Ladies in Black, Sunday on ABC TV, or stream the full series now on ABC iView.
Ice Age Australia was a land of giants. But what drove these animals to extinction?
We see the last appearance of the megafauna.
Join the epic quest for answers.
This place is like nowhere else.
New discoveries.
Is this the smoking gun?
New theories.
The Earth's poles switched places.
New evidence.
This is a pretty exciting moment.
What killed Australia's giants? Tuesday on ABC TV or stream it on ABC iView.
Maybe just take me back to that day.
Every fibre in my body just went into goosebumps.
I screamed. Not today. Not today.
Well, I decided that I wasn't going to die.
I've never seen a group of people band together and fight like they did.
Might not have been the best thing to live through, but it showed me the best people in this community.
Gives me goosebumps, hey?
Don't be scared of what you are, who you are. Just go out and be brave. I knew I'd never have another day like that.
Today, a court accepts a guilty plea from WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange to a charge of violating US espionage law. Almost 80% of homes to be powered by rooftop solar by 2050, under a blueprint for the clean energy transition. At least 5 people killed in Kenya in violent protests against controversial tax changes. And the Blues and Maroons to go head-to-head tonight at the MCG, with New South Wales looking to keep the series alive. Hello and welcome to Mornings on ABC News. I'm Gemma Vaness. Let's have a look at the weather in the capital cities now. It is a partly cloudy day for Brisbane today, sunny in Sydney and partly cloudy also in Canberra. Melbourne getting a shower or two there, also a possible morning shower for Hobart. Showers for Adelaide and Perth, and in Darwin it is a sunny day heading for 31 degrees there. A US federal court has accepted a guilty plea from Julian Assange at a hearing for the Australian WikiLeaks founder that's underway on the Pacific island of Saipan. The 52-year-old earlier entered a plea on 1 count under the US National Security Act. That charge, conspiracy to obtain and disclose national defence information, carries a maximum penalty of up to 10 years in prison. He says he broke the law by encouraging classified leaks, but says the law violates free speech rights. Under a deal with prosecutors, the Australian is expected to be released based on the time he's already served. Now, WikiLeaks has posted online that it expects Julian Assange to embark on a flight back to Australia early this afternoon. It has shared a screenshot showing the flight path of a flight VJT 199 from Saipan to Canberra, which is scheduled to depart shortly after 12 o'clock Australian Eastern Standard Time. Now, that near 7-hour flight, if on time, will land in the capital just before 7 p.m. Julian Assange spent more than 5 years in the UK's Belmarsh prison, and it's been more than 14 years since his legal saga first began. Swedish prosecutors first sought his extradition as part of a rape investigation in 2010, weeks after WikiLeaks released Iraq war documents that revealed human rights abuses by the US-led coalition and thousands of previously undisclosed civilian deaths. The Prime Minister has been asked about this news this morning, and we can bring that to you now.
Obviously, the legal proceedings regarding Mr Assange are underway right now in the United States. This is a welcome development, but we recognise as well that those proceedings are sensitive and should be respected. This isn't something that has happened in the last 24 hours. This is something that has been considered, patient, worked through in a calibrated way, which is how Australia conducts ourselves internationally. Given those proceedings are happening literally in real time, it isn't appropriate to provide further commentary. We have engaged and advocated Australia's interests using all appropriate channels to support a positive outcome. and you would now be aware of the consular assistance being provided to Mr Assange, including the presence right now of High Commissioner Smith as well as Ambassador Rudd there as part of providing that support. I've been very clear as Labor leader and as Prime Minister that regardless of your views about Mr Assange's activities, his case has dragged on for too long. There is nothing to be gained from his continued incarceration, and we want him brought home to Australia. That's something I said as Labor leader, it's something I've said as Prime Minister, and it's something that I will have more to say about once these legal proceedings have concluded, which I hope will be very, very soon. Thank you very much.
Prime Minister commenting there. Now, Julian Assange's father, John Shipton, says he's feeling many emotions today.
Doing cartwheels is a good expression of the joy that one feels. That Julian is returned home, well, about to return home. The circumstances, there may be some questions to be resolved by the lawyers and the diplomats in the future, but having Julian home to an ordinary life after 15 years of incarceration in one form or another, house arrest, jail, and asylum in an embassy, is pretty good news.
And you've seen him along the way. We saw footage of him yesterday as well. How is he doing?
As you can easily imagine, that his spirits have lifted and he will be able to spend quality time with his wife, Stella, and his 2 children. Be able to walk up and down the beach and feel the sand through his toes in winter, that lovely chill, and be able to learn how to be patient and play with your children for a couple of hours. All of the great beauty of ordinary life.
John, it's Steve Kinane here in the studio. I know that you visited DC a number of times to lobby on the Hill, both the Department of Justice, the
Yes,
Department of State,
yes.
and also congressmen and women. And of course your son Gabriel did the same on a regular basis. I wonder what influence you think that might have had in getting us to today's situation.
Well, I think the profound influence is the Australian people who, as you see by the media storm that has engulfed Australia over Julian's return, is that the profound influence is the unity and insistence of the Australian people, the Australian Parliament, the Australian Government Foreign Minister, and Anthony Albanese, and Kevin Rudd and Stephen Smith. These people are experienced and top of the tree in politics in Australia, and they are carried on the shoulders of the support that the Australian people give them and insist that the matter be resolved fairly. Then we can go to the relationship between states, which is quite opaque and very different. So the institutions of state in their relationship to each other, the FBI, the CIA, the Department of Justice and the Department of State, all extremely powerful institutions, have spent many years pursuing Julian to unravel that and to take it to a position where the matter can be resolved in what the Americans call a plea deal, which is an expression I don't much like because it's talking about people's lives. The profound skill of Kevin Rudd and Stephen Smith and their assistant diplomats and lawyers that managed to weave together our institutions of state and the institutions of state in the United States to resolve an outstanding matter, particularly particularly where it concerns the First Amendment of the United States, which covers free speech. And that effect of free speech is also felt in Australia. We like to be able to make our decisions founded upon knowledge, not just rumour and not in the bliss of ignorance, but founded upon knowledge. Well, equally, the American Constitution, in its finest part, has the Bill of Rights, and the first of those, the most important thereby, is the free speech legislation. All things fall under that. All things are embraced by that. You can't possibly call yourself a civilization if you act outside of the Constitution, which embraces your nation. It's just not possible. And the other comments that were earlier made, that none of the other publishers, and they are the height of legacy media, none of the other publishers have been arraigned, indicted, smeared, cajoled, called liar. None of them. None whatsoever. And yet the case Julian has. And they equally published the material that is at the foundation of these espionage charges and accusations.
It's Julian Assange's dad, John Shipton, who joined us earlier. Now, Dr. Soulette Dreyfus is a friend of Julian Assange, and she joins us now from Melbourne. Soulette, your friend, is coming home.
I'm so happy. It's indescribable. I'm really just ecstatic, as I think are many people who have worked campaigning over the years to help get Julian out of prison and be free.
Now, knowing him as you have for 3 decades, you've even co-authored a book together. How do you think he'll be processing this freedom? What will he be looking forward to?
So I think he probably is looking forward to time with his wife and his 2 small children. I think probably most of the memories his 2 small children have of him are of daddy behind bars. So this is going to be a really big change for him and them personally. They need some time together to readjust, and he needs some time to heal. I mean, understand he's been in a prison that is the maximum security prison in the UK. There are terrorists in there, people who blow up buses. Really, it's a terrible, hostile environment. He's in a cell 23 hours a day, and it was a small cell. I think it was 2 by 3 or something meters. So there will be a lot of transition to be had there. That being said, I'm sure that once he rests and heals up, he'll be on to the next important project. And the very fact that in court this morning, he's reported to have said that he believes that the First Amendment protected his activities as a journalist in contacting and being in communication with a source, and that he believed that the First Amendment in the United States and the Espionage Act were in contradiction with each other, I think perhaps points a little bit to that.
Yeah, well, let's go further on that. So just for our viewers hearing this, he said in court that he broke the law by encouraging classified leaks, but says the law violates free speech rights. So, I mean, Soulette, when you heard that, do you look to that to see, he's making this deal, but he's not going quietly?
Yeah, I think that's right. And that's very classic Julian. He's made the deal. It's only 1 count he's pleading guilty to. So there were 18 charged. The US has held on to this one face-saving count. Understand, I think that because it's a plea bargain, it's not going to have the sort of impact on future cases that, say, a judge ruling in a full-blown case might have. And so hopefully that won't set a precedent for other journalists. But he's quite right by saying that the Espionage Act is at odds with the First Amendment. Why is that? Because the Espionage Act basically only judges you on whether you did it or not. You're not allowed to explain any reasons why. You're not allowed to give an explanation. And this was very clearly set out, in fact, by Daniel Ellsberg, the late Daniel Ellsberg, who was the whistleblower in the Pentagon Papers case over 50 years ago. He wrote an article pulling classified information out of those original Pentagon papers, revealing the truth about the horrors of the Vietnam War, that it was not going well the way that the U.S. government at the time said that it was. And he published an article that revealed some first-time classified information. This information was probably not of great value, but nonetheless, he did that because he wanted in his final years in his 90s to provoke a court case to challenge the Espionage Act. So many people have seen that the Espionage Act is a gross overreach in law, and there are no mitigating circumstances, no chance to explain nothing. But we know that sometimes it's very important. We know that sometimes governments wage secret wars or wage wars where they're misrepresenting information to the public, and that there is a need for independent journalism and for whistleblowers in those cases and for them to be protected.
So, Sula, you say this won't be like a blueprint case for future judges, but do you believe, I mean, given the time that this has taken, that this has given a chilling effect, this case, on many journalists, potential sources, whistleblowers, when they've seen what has happened here in the case of Julian Assange?
I do worry, and I think that was the intent originally of the U.S. government. The fact that the Biden White House has been really smart about deciding to settle this case now, hopefully will give a little bit of a turn, an optimistic turn to, the fact that the U.S. goes around saying it's the greatest supporter of freedom of expression and freedom of speech. And hopefully with this deal, they've indicated, that they've kind of come to the table to agree with that. I don't think that the U.S. government speaks in necessarily as one voice. I think they're different arms. The intelligence agencies probably would have opposed Julian being able to have a deal and being able to go home, but wiser heads have prevailed in the Biden White House, and they've gone ahead with this. So hopefully that indicates that they are serious about protecting freedom of expression and, most importantly, journalists' ability to do their job.
Sula, great to have you with us, because we want to speak about the man, Julian Assange, who is, of course, at the centre of all of this. You've known him for decades, as we said. Well, first of all, tell us how you met and what insights you gained, because you have known Julian Assange pre-WikiLeaks and post.
Yeah, indeed. I knew him before WikiLeaks. We met on a BBS, which was like an early community internet hub in the mid-1990s in Melbourne, and we were part of a community of very early technology users, adopters, experimenters. It was a group of technology pioneers, and it was a wonderful time and place, quite magical. In fact, I had a number of people reaching out to me from that time period since the Julian Assange's free story has broken, which is sort of special. But I've got to know, we worked on a number of projects together, a number of technical projects together, and he's always been an innovator. So he's always been someone who thinks outside the box. He came to develop WikiLeaks because he was looking for a way. He said to me, look, I don't have a lot of money. I have a lot of technical skill. I have time. What are the things that I can do in the world that will most have an impact to create change in a positive way? And that's where WikiLeaks was born in Melbourne. So he is a person who thinks deeply about these things, and he's always been interested in changing the world for better and using technology to amplify that change in meaningful ways. I think we'll see more interesting projects from him in the future.
How would you describe the pursuit of Julian Assange by US authorities?
Relentless. It was a relentless pursuit by US authorities of Julian over years and years and years. So, first he was under house arrest. And then, he was hiding in the Ecuadorian embassy because, of course, he would have been extradited, and almost certainly, I think, to the US. Then, the British police, I'm sure under pressure from the Americans, went in, pulled him out of the Ecuadorian embassy and put him in Belmarsh prison and held him there for 5 years. We've seen evidence of the fact that the U.S. intelligence agencies were behind the bugging of the Ecuadorian embassy, including the bugging of his private legal conversations with his lawyers. This is sacrosanct, and his discussions with his doctors about his health. So we all understand from data breaches and such the importance of, privacy and confidentiality in those sorts of discussions. And so I think that was very jarring for him. There was a lot of misinformation and lies out there. Some of it may have been accidental. I suspect some of it was not. But I'm hopeful that the U.S. will, be very happy, at least the White House will be very happy, that it doesn't have to be in a hypocritical state of saying, on the one hand, we're the big protagonists for freedom of speech and the freedom of the media, and on the other hand, relentlessly pursuing a publisher and journalist for doing exactly that.
Supporters described it as a punishment by process. Did it at times feel hopeless to you?
Absolutely. The support network behind Julian, just in the common person, average people pitching in what they could, whether that was painting street art or organizing or putting on events or making posters, distributing things. That support network is the only thing really that I think has kept this community around him strong in the face of all of these twists and turns in his complicated story that have been very disheartening along the way, as well as helping to keep him, afloat. His family has obviously been critically important to that. So I think, this is in some ways, although there is a very dark history here, the positive side is we've seen what happens when a grassroots community rises up and fights and they get change. The other thing that's amazing about it is we've seen politicians from both sides of the political spectrum going hand in hand to Washington to try and convince the US government to change its position with a sincere effort by the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese. And that has been game-changing for sure.
Yeah, that was a significant shift there. How are you feeling about the fact that your friend Julian Assange could be stepping foot on Australian soil tonight?
I am over the moon, really just ecstatic. It has been, almost 15 years of him being pursued in one form or another, 12 or plus years of him not having his freedom. It's been a really long fight. I have never seen an international campaign from civil society like the one that has been fighting for his freedom. So there will definitely be champagne corks popping, in fact, around the world.
Dr. Sule Dreyfus, friend of Julian Assange, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Now, in the United States, Julian Assange has long divided opinion. Some have been firm that he should face consequences for what WikiLeaks has published. Others have said he's entitled to press freedom. Larry Pfeiffer is a former CIA Chief of Staff and says the plea deal struck between Assange and the United States is reasonable.
So as a career United States intelligence professional, my preference would have been for Assange to have faced a judge and jury in America and perhaps served time, depending upon the verdict, in America. But that being said, this plea agreement is fair, it's just, it's not unusual in these sorts of cases to have a plea agreement before you get to trial for a variety of reasons. One could be an effort to protect sources and methods that may be disclosed in the course of a trial. I think in this particular case, you had the diplomatic irritants with the UK and with Australia, and you had the broader question about freedom of the press and whether Assange is or is not a journalist, and that big, long debate that could have complicated matters. So in the end, I'm happy. The man, I think, personally, I believe, served more time in his self-imposed exile at the Ecuadorian embassy and his time in UK prisons fighting extradition than he probably would have served if he had actually just come over to America, faced the judge and jury, and been convicted. I think he could have actually had less time and maybe rejoined his family even sooner.
To that point of view you described there as a former CIA Chief of Staff, wanting him to face a judge but accepting that this is the best outcome here. Do you think that is really in line with how the US government pursued this and then sought this plea deal in the end?
Well, as I said, it's not at all unusual for the Department of Justice to seek plea deals in these cases. The security services do not like the material being potentially aired out in an open court. There's always the risk that a defendant or some of their supporters may disclose information in the course of a court proceeding that you would not want to see disclosed because it could potentially impact sources or methods in collecting and reporting intelligence, or perhaps even endanger lives, as you mentioned, or someone mentioned earlier, endanger lives of people that may have been aiding the United States in these missions.
It's fair to say that was the opinion of many in Australia as well. Julian Assange did divide opinion, but those camps really came together over the past few years to say that the time already served is enough. But I just want to go to Mike Pence's comments in light of this plea deal that he's posted on social media. Julian Assange endangered the lives of our troops in a time of war and should have been prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Now, there were no examples of anyone having lost their lives as a result of what WikiLeaks published. That was confirmed in the Chelsea Manning sentencing.
So the issue at play in the court of law would have actually been violation of the law in terms of illegally obtaining classified material and illegally disseminating classified material. This information is classified at various tiers of classification: confidential, secret, top secret, all of which determine the increasing danger to U.S. national security by their disclosure. So no need to actually prove that somebody or something got hurt, but the potential for somebody or something to get hurt exists because of its disclosure.
And you mentioned Australia and US sharing security interests, of course. We also share democratic values. Do you think the US democratic values were challenged by this case?
Well, democracy is, as we all know, is a messy thing at times, and you're always balancing various interests. And there are times in our history when greater emphasis may be put on certain values regarding freedoms of the press, freedoms of assembly, freedoms of liberty. During times of war, some of those freedoms can come under some pressure. Here, clearly, we had significant issues around the notion of freedom of the press. I served 32 years in the U.S. intel community, and I love the United States press, and I love the fact that they will sometimes challenge the behavior of the U.S. intelligence community, the U.S. military, when we actually do operate in excess. They serve as a curb on those things. So, was Assange truly a pure journalist, in benign receipt of material from whistleblowers? I would argue that that's a little bit of a stretch, that, this is an individual who actually actively helped people break the law. He actually provided techniques and tools to individuals to help them break into computers. He helped steer them towards material that he wanted to get. He operated much more like a foreign intelligence service than he did a foreign journalist, for example.
And Larry, as we say, you come at this from the national security point of view, but can you tell us about the general American public? Did the Assange case feature in their collective consciousness, do you think?
Just following the last 10 or 15 minutes of your coverage, here in the United States, on our cable TV news channels, on our nightly news, it's a story. It's not the lead story. It's not the big story. Most Americans, if you actually asked them who Julian Assange was, might not even be able to answer the question. So I really doubt that the Julian Assange case will play any kind of significant role with regards to American opinions in the coming election, for example.
Larry, finally, do you think that Julian Assange will be offered a presidential pardon, and do you have an opinion on that?
I would be very surprised if he were offered a presidential pardon by this current president in particular. I believe that this was a plea deal that involved compromises and agreements being obtained amongst a variety of American governmental bureaucratic players, the intelligence services, the Department of Justice, and others. So to now offer a pardon would probably fly in the face of somebody's agreement to doing this. There have been times in the past, for example, a great example is the Pollard case in Israel, where efforts were made to get U.S. presidents to drop the case or to agree to allow him to, be released and made free. And there have been CIA directors in the past who threatened to resign if that were to happen. And now I don't know if somebody would threaten to resign over a pardon for Julian Assange, but that's the kind of bureaucratic compromise that happens when these decisions get made.
Larry Pfeiffer, former CIA Chief of Staff, expert in intelligence policy and international security at George Mason University. Thank you for taking the time to speak to us this morning.
Thank you.
And let's get a check-in of the weather now. Here's Nate Byrne.
Keeping an eye on a couple of systems at the moment. There's one that's barrelling into the southeast. Now, it's a low. You can see the air spinning around it there. Some pretty chilly air here too. Now, it's driving a couple of troughs over the southeast. They're helping to squeeze the isobars and driving some damaging winds along the New South Wales Alps. We're expecting to see gusts in excess of 110 kilometres an hour, potentially above 1,900 metres. Some pretty windy conditions already in the early hours of this morning. This is going to last right the way through until at least tomorrow morning as the system slowly pushes eastwards. A couple of other things to keep an eye on. A trough through Queensland, that's causing some wet and stormy weather. And then in the southwest, a frontal system coming into WA. Now, that's expected to bring widespread falls, the odd storm as well, maybe gusty storms to the southwest corner of WA. We could see some warnings out of that later. None so far this morning. But that system is going to be the main focus in the days ahead as it continues to move across the nation. We'll see a pretty good northwards extent of falls. Plenty more wet weather on the way for Queensland through the outlook as well. For the very north of the country, it's about the only place we're not seeing any rainfall at all. For the most part, we're not talking huge totals. Some of the best likely through WA. We could see maybe 50 millimetres in some areas and up in Queensland as well. Northwestern Tassie also getting a decent drink through the week ahead. For now, Queensland, you've got wet weather for all but the southwest of the state. Now, most of it will be for the northern and central parts, west of about Longreach. Watch for some moderate falls between Charters Towers and Emerald and storms from Georgetown to Billawheeler, extending all the way east to the coast. For Brisbane, it should stay fine. You're getting to 24 degrees. There is a risk of a couple of drops. In New South Wales, a couple of storms this afternoon in the northeast, maybe. Otherwise, it's a bit of wet weather for the southern interior, mostly around the ranges. Snow down to 1,200 metres. For the capitals, it's staying fine, though. 21 in Sydney, 14 for Canberra. In Victoria, we've had wet weather across the board. It has been drying up mostly through this morning. Just sticking around for the ranges later with snow down to 1,100 metres to start. It'll raise to about 1,300 metres by the end of the day. 14 for Melbourne. Your showers mostly this morning. They should be done with round about lunchtime. In Tasmania, we've got wet weather almost across the board as well. The majority of it will be for the north and the west. Couple of storms for the north coast and the central plateau, at least a risk. Hobart, just a possible shower this morning. Again, you should have a fine afternoon, a top of 13. Over in South Australia, isolated falls are continuing around the agricultural area, mostly where you've got onshore winds just along the coast. That means some showers around for Adelaide, though, 15 the top there. And then that front coming into WA means widespread rain for the west. Gusty storms for western parts of the southwest land division today. Perth, a wet 19 degrees. And then up north, the showers are making all the way up to the Pilbara today. Onshore winds also bring a couple of drops to the east of the top end. For Darwin, though, you've got a fine one. It's getting to 31.
Here are the top stories on ABC News. A US court has formally accepted Julian Assange's guilty plea to one criminal charge in the US District Court on the Pacific island of Saipan. The judge told the court the charge was conspiracy to obtain and disclose national defence information, which carries a maximum penalty of up to 10 years in prison. Under an agreement with prosecutors, he will be released based on time already served. Julian Assange spent more than 5 years in the UK's Belmarsh prison, and it's been more than 14 years since his legal battle first began. The energy market operator is predicting almost 80% of homes will be powered by rooftop solar by 2050, in the latest blueprint to decarbonise the power grid. The roadmap also says in order to reach the target, all coal-fired power stations will need to be retired by 2038. The AEMO notes there are real risks replacement wind and solar projects won't be built on time. At least 5 people have been killed in Kenya during violent protests against controversial tax changes. Thousands of demonstrators had gathered in Nairobi before some broke through police barricades and set fire to parts of the country's parliament. The President, William Ruto, is vowing to restore order, deploying the military to some areas. And more than 90,000 fans are set to pack into the MCG tonight for the second match of this year's State of Origin series. New South Wales have made 5 changes to their side, including recalling South Sydney star Latrell Mitchell for the first time since 2021. Queensland will claim the Shield if they win the match ahead of a third game in Brisbane. Let's get more on that now. State of Origin returning to the MCG for the first time there in a few years. The Maroons look to seal a series victory in Game 2. Sports reporter Jess Stewart joins us now live from Melbourne. Jess, the sides have been out in the city this morning.
Gemma, that's right. About 10 minutes ago, you would have just seen the Maroons right behind me here. They had a pretty good crowd for their final team walk, a bit of a stretch of the legs. The last time they will get out and about. The Blues do the same as well. It's their last opportunity to kind of settle the nerves and stretch the legs, as I said, before they have that long wait until about an 8 o'clock kickoff tonight at the MCG, where there'll be more than 90,000 fans expected in the stands. Now, this week's kind of build-up has been somewhat overshadowed by a war of words, you could say, between the two head coaches, Billy Slater and Michael Maguire. And that's all over the fallout of this Game 1 hit from Joseph Swalihi on Reece Walsh, as you could say. And that all started when Michael Maguire last Monday said, "Don't go throwing stones at glass houses." And perhaps he was saying that in reference to Billy Slater. Some were saying that it was to do with Billy Slater's judiciary rap when he was a player. Now, yesterday it was a bit funny because Billy Slater was asked, "What's your house made of?" And he said, "Well, it does have a bit of glass." So a bit of back and forth between the two coaches. We love it when it's a bit spicy, but it sets it up for a nice match tonight. We did hear briefly a short time ago from Maroons assistant coach Josh Hannay ahead of tonight's match.
We're really confident in our preparation. You know, we took some lessons out of Game 1. We've worked on those throughout the week, and we get here today with a footy team that I think is ready to put their best foot forward.
So, Jess, what does the inclusion of Latrell Mitchell bring?
Well, this is the big one for the Blues. As you mentioned before, 5 changes to their side from Game 1. But Latrell Mitchell, he is the key, of course, coming into the centres for the Blues. He hasn't played State of Origin since 2021. That was the last time the Blues held the Origin Shield. In that series, he absolutely tormented the Queensland side. He scored 4 tries. He seems to lift this New South Wales team well and truly on his back. He goes to another gear when he plays for his state. So you'd have to think the Maroons are going to be a little bit worried about his return tonight to the Origin Arena. So it sets it up for a big battle of what is at the Coliseum of Australian sport, the MCG. And who knows, will the Maroons win the 3rd straight Shield that they're chasing, or will the Blues send it to a decider in Brisbane?
Jess Stewart there in Melbourne ahead of Origin 2. Thank you. Now, the inflation data for May has just been released and it is hotter than expected. Alicia Barry joins us now in the studio. Alicia, what does all of this mean?
Yeah, so the May CPI number from the Australian Bureau of Statistics, we now get monthly inflation data, has risen by more than the market expected. So in April, the CPI for the month was 3.6%. It has risen to 4%, which is a bit of a surprise. Markets were expecting it to tick up, but only to 3.8%. Now, throwing a lot of numbers out there, but the RBA is tasked with keeping inflation between 2 and 3%. And recently, we've started to see inflation head in the wrong direction, and that is up. So the reason that we have seen inflation on that headline basis rise in the month of May, and now this is the 12-month to May reading, is because housing, food and non-alcoholic beverages, transport, alcohol and tobacco contributed to the increase in prices in the 12 months to May. Now, the interesting part of the equation, if you like, for the RBA, they're looking for the underlying measure of inflation really to be coming down, and that strips out really volatile items like fuel prices, fruit and vegetables and holiday travel. And holiday travel prices have been bouncing around quite a bit. So when the ABS excludes those volatile items, there is a bit more good news in these numbers in that the CPI has come down from where it was last month at 4.1%. And it's been holding there for a while down to 4%. So the underlying inflation rate has actually eased despite that headline rate ticking up. So it is mixed, but the RBA will take comfort from the fact that the underlying rate is falling, even though we've seen that spike in the headline rate. Now, these monthly inflation reads can be a little volatile, and the RBA will be really looking to the full quarterly picture that we'll get at the end of July, which will include April, May and June. So when we get that whole comprehensive quarterly read, there'll be a clearer picture about what inflation's doing. But as I say, we have started to see, at least on the headline basis, it tick up in the wrong direction. As for what the markets have made of it, well, they perhaps are liking the fact that, well, the dollar is liking the fact that it's a stronger read because it has actually ticked up against the greenback. It's now sitting at 66.6 US cents. It was at 66.4 previously, but the market itself has fallen further into the red, and that's because investors don't like higher interest rates. We heard Michelle Bullock at the last decision earlier this month indicate that the board had considered a hike at the meeting, but not a cut, despite leaving the cash rate on hold at 4.35%, where it's been since November last year. Of course, the economy has seen 13 rate rises since May 2022, so that is really having an impact. And we heard Deputy Governor Christopher Kent this morning saying that those restrictive financial conditions are hurting households. But inflation is something that the RBA has to deal with, and despite the tick down in the underlying rate, the headline rate is probably something that they'll factor in as well. But as I say, the RBA were really looking forward to that comprehensive quarterly read on inflation, which we'll get on the 31st of July, just before their August meeting.
Thank you for giving us context with that, Alicia. Thank you. Australia faces the risk of blackouts because renewables are not being built quickly enough to replace the coal that is exiting the electricity grid. That is the stark warning contained in the Australian Energy Market Operator's latest blueprint, mapping Australia's transition away from coal to a grid dominated by renewables. Let's get more on this. We'll cross to the National Regional Affairs reporter Jane Norman. Jane, what are the challenges that the Energy Market Operator has identified here?
Well, this is a massive transition that Australia is undergoing, and right now it is happening way too slowly. So Australia has about 18 coal-fired power stations, which on any given day are producing about 60% of the nation's power. Under this blueprint by AEMO, the market operator, all of those coal-fired power stations are due to close by 2038, which is actually a bit earlier than some of the operators themselves have forecast. But that's when AEMO says they need to close for Australia to meet its climate targets. So to replace that capacity and to meet the future forecast demand, AEMO has said Australia needs to be plugging in about 6 gigawatts of renewables into the grid every year. Right now, we're only adding about 3 gigawatts. So you can see just from those numbers that we are heading for a potential huge shortage in supply. Now, the reasons for that are many and varied. State and federal environmental and planning approvals are happening way too slowly. Developers themselves are facing huge cost blowouts because of inflation and international demand. And then you have a lot of regional communities that simply do not want the massive expansion of renewables and transmission lines happening in their backyard. AEMO has mapped a network of 10,000 high voltage transmission lines that need to be built across the country between now and 2050 to plug in all of these renewable projects to consumers. The ones under construction already are facing quite steep opposition from farmers, although AEMO has in this plan given the green light to another 7 projects. So basically, these are all the hurdles that state and federal governments need to overcome to keep the lights on in Australia as coal exits the grid and ultimately to meet our 2030 and 2050 climate targets. Here's the Chief Executive of AEMO, Daniel Westerman, giving his take on this new blueprint.
This roadmap, it creates a pathway, a realistic pathway to net zero and actually to meeting all of the government targets on the way through. What we need is a step up in the amount of generation that is connected to the grid, as I said, from about 4 gigawatts to about 6 gigawatts a year. That needs to be complemented by batteries and pumped hydro, etc. Well, what this report lays out is a credible pathway to meeting that government target. It also has a scenario where those delays continue, and if those delays do continue, then it ends up costing consumers more money. The scenario in the report actually ends up costing consumers around $27 billion more. So that increase in investment really is required.
Jane, Australian households are already doing the heavy lifting, and that's set to continue under this plan.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of the energy debates that really dominate here in Canberra, Australians are already taking matters into their own hands. 1 in 3 households right now has rooftop solar. By 2050, this plan forecasts that it'll be 4 in 5 households, or 80% of detached houses. And this report really acknowledges that, saying the massive uptake of rooftop solar, even forecast uptake of things like heat pumps, electric vehicles, might actually reduce the need for large-scale wind and solar farms to be built across the country. And furthermore, it says that if governments can better coordinate batteries, so helping households buy batteries to store all of the power that they're generating on their rooftops, well, that could also save consumers about $4 billion in the long run. So that is basically the plan between now and 2050 as it stands. Of course, external events often overtake these kind of plans. But just for viewers who might be interested in the word nuclear, the coalition, of course, is putting forward a completely different energy policy, which involves the construction of nuclear power plants in Australia. Well, AEMO does not consider opposition plans. It only considers government plans in these blueprints, which they have to produce by law. However, there is a mention of nuclear in this report. Basically, AEMO is saying it still believes nuclear to be the most expensive form of new electricity generation, and it also doesn't believe that power plants can be built quickly enough, nuclear power plants, to replace the coal that's exiting the grid by 2038.
National Regional Affairs reporter Jane Norman, thank you. Kenya's President William Ruto has accused criminals of being behind a violent demonstration in Nairobi, which has killed at least 5 people. Mass demonstrations against proposed tax hikes led to protesters storming and setting fire to the Parliament building. The police responded by firing live ammunition into the crowds of demonstrators.
They'd called for a total shutdown, and in towns across Kenya today, tens of thousands took to the streets. In Nairobi by lunchtime, there were running battles as police tried to hold back the tide of fury. But then this. Hundreds of demonstrators pushed through the gates of Parliament, overwhelming officers lined up outside. The response was quick and brutal. Live shots fired. Reports of 5 killed in the street and dozens more wounded. Others made it inside, challenging the government's authority in the building where MPs had been voting on the contentious finance bill.
This is as close as we feel it's safe to get to Parliament because police are firing live rounds there. The government had warned protesters to stay away from Parliament, and this has been the response. But the fact that the protesters were able to breach the building and that there have been casualties could galvanize them further. It may also increase the pressure for a government crackdown. This is uncharted territory for President Ruto.
At the end of the day, he addressed the nation.
I have directed all the organs of our national security to deploy measures to thwart any attempt by dangerous criminals to undermine the security and stability of our country.
Those on the streets earlier were united in anger.
I want to demand that our leaders give us accountability. It has been too many years of the system going round and round. We never get accountability from these leaders, such that it has come to a point when we as the people can tell them no, and they still go ahead and do what they want to do.
This evening, the wounded were being treated in hospital as the streets began to calm. The days ahead will show if protesters heed the president's warning. Kenya's powerful are facing an unprecedented challenge from the people.
The International Criminal Court has issued arrest warrants for Russia's former defence minister and the Chief of General Staff. The court says there are reasonable grounds to believe Sergei Shoigu and Valery Gerasimov were responsible for Russian missile strikes against Ukraine's electricity network, violating international law. It is the 3rd time the ICC has issued warrants for senior Russian leaders. Russia has dismissed the court's action as irrelevant, calling it a part of a hybrid war against Moscow. Israel's government is scrambling to deal with a Supreme Court decision that has ordered ultra-Orthodox Jewish men to be drafted into the military. Middle East correspondent Eric Torchek reports.
Religious leaders have pledged to defy the ruling. They've called it unfair and humiliating to their communities. There are also practical problems with implementing it. In the past, when this issue has come up, Israel's military has said it's hard for it to draft large numbers of ultra-Orthodox men because they have special religious needs and limited education. And if the Israeli government stops funding these Bible colleges where most of the young ultra-Orthodox study, it will anger the ultra-Orthodox parties that are key members of the governing coalition. Those parties can't exactly leave, though, because the other parties in Israel are even more hostile towards their needs, given the bulk of Israel's population thinks young ultra-Orthodox men should serve in the military just like everyone else, and there's a growing need for more soldiers, given the ongoing conflict in Gaza and a potential invasion of southern Lebanon to fight Hezbollah. Also in Gaza, a key report has found that a famine is no longer imminent, but the report says a high risk of famine in the territory is continuing, and that around 500,000 people, or 1/5 of Gaza's population, are still suffering a catastrophic shortage of food. It acknowledges that even though it's lowered the classification for famine within the territory, that extreme human suffering is ongoing in Gaza, and that these conditions are likely to continue as long as armed conflict continues in Gaza and humanitarian access remains restricted.
The Federal Labor Party has avoided directly criticising Senator Fatima Payman, who voted against the party and in favour of a Greens motion recognising a Palestinian statehood. Now, it is the first time in 40 years that a Labor member has crossed the floor while in government. The motion was ultimately defeated in the Senate, 13 votes to 52.
I was elected to serve the people of Western Australia and uphold the values instilled in me by my late father. Today, I have made a decision that would make him proud and make everyone proud who are on the side of humanity.
Greens leader Adam Bandt says Senator Payman has set the bar for other supporters of Palestinian recognition in Parliament.
It's disgraceful that Liberal and Labor voted together to deny recognition of Palestine. Labor promised at the election they would do it and make it a priority, and they've broken an election promise. As Senator Payman bravely and courageously did the right thing. I think Senator Payman has now set the bar for other Labor MPs. If a first-term young senator can cross the floor to do the right thing, then other Labor MPs have run out of excuses. If Senator Payman can do it, then why can't Peter Khalil or Jed Carney or Justine Elliott or Graham Perrott or all of those members who said that they care about what is happening? Well, now they've got no more excuses. They've had multiple opportunities to cross the floor. They haven't done it. I think Senator Payman has now set the bar, and the Greens are going to keep pushing for the government to take action, because at the end of the day, that's what this is about. There are practical things that Labor could do to put pressure on this extreme Netanyahu government to stop the invasion, including recognise Palestine, and Labor's refused to do any of that, and we're going to keep pushing.
A Falcon Heavy rocket has successfully launched a powerful new weather satellite into orbit from Florida.
3, 2, 1, ignition, engine full power, and liftoff. Go SpaceX, go Falcon Heavy, go NOAA, go NASA, and go you.
The GOES-U satellite is the fourth and final addition to a series of satellites for the National Oceanic and Atmosphere Administration. Now, collaborating with NASA, the highly sophisticated satellite provides continuous imagery and data on the Earth's atmosphere. And it also houses technology that allows the monitoring of space weather. Meteorologist and space writer Meredith Garofalo was in Florida for the launch, and despite delays, she says it was wonderful to see the revolutionary satellite take off.
It was such a beautiful day for us. And, you know, there was a lot of sun, but of course, whenever you have a launch, you have to be concerned about a couple of different things. NASA has its set of rules, or they call it violations. And if there's something happening like a thunderstorm, or you have the anvil cloud, or it's kind of that blow off of the cloud on the top of a thunderstorm that comes too close to the launch pad, two things can happen. You could have lightning, which could delay or cancel and scrub the launch, or you could also have lightning that's created by the satellite from a cloud, and that can also lead to a disaster. But thankfully, the clouds literally, I feel like they just held off. And aside from a delay for about 10 minutes from the initial time, which was supposed to be 5:16 Eastern time here in the United States, it was actually right around 5:26. But you could just hear people cheering and the excitement building around. I mean, this is the fourth of the series of our next generation weather satellites watching over the Western Hemisphere. Well, further to that, you've said the GOES-U and its sibling satellites are going to revolutionise how we monitor our planet and beyond. How will they do that? And
And what does this latest satellite bring to the party?
Well, it's going to be very similar to the first 3 that have already been placed in space, but the difference is from every single one of those satellites, scientists, researchers, they've learned ways that they could tweak it and make it a little bit better. This one's going to be extremely amazing because now it is going to get a 5th instrument to study space weather, which is called a coronagraph. And this will actually be the first operational coronagraph for the United States. There's one that's already up there, but it's getting old. It was originally needed for research, but now we're going to have this brand new one that's just going to really help with the space weather forecasting. So like the recent auroras that we saw in so many places across the world, this is going to help paint the picture. If we have off of that sunspot, there is going to be that explosion, as we like to talk about it. And if a CME or a coronal mass ejection comes toward the Earth and it interacts with our magnetic field, that's when we can get the auroras. But that's also when we could have those impacts to the power grids and whatnot. And so, those sunspots have been really active. We are getting to that peak of the solar cycle. And so this is going to really help scientists. Going to take a little bit of time, though. We don't just put up the satellite and it's ready to go right away. There needs to be tests. But as we go into 2025 and we get that thing really going, I think we're going to see a big difference. I mean, you're talking about forecasting not just in space, but also for terrestrial weather here on Earth. And, as a scientist myself, I've used the data. I've seen the pictures. It's helping save lives. It's giving us another look at tropical weather with such a good view that we could see a little bit of a shift and help give people advanced warning if it's going to be moving into their neighborhoods.
And Meredith, not just meteorologists to benefit from this as well.
Exactly. I mean, everyone that's watching here, I mean, the forecasts that you get, whether it's going to be raining or storming, or whether it's a tropical system or severe weather, the scientists, the forecasters take this data and it's going to be presented in a way where if there's a watch or a warning issued, you'll know to stay safe. Or if it's something that's going to be climate related, a drought. There's so many different things our weather satellites are doing in space. And so it's really taking things to the next level and it's a game changer.
Meredith Garofalo, thank you for your time and great to speak to you.
Very great to speak to you as well. Go Goes.
WA mining giant Mineral Resources has confirmed its Coolyanobing mine, which was exempt from paying royalties for 5 years, will close at the end of this year. The company says the 1,000 impacted employees will be redeployed. But the future is less certain for rail and port workers in Esperance, who help export the mine's iron ore.
Esperance might be better known for farms and fantastic beaches, but as in many West Australian towns, iron ore is a powerful player, yet its future in the region is uncertain.
And that just affects everyone. I mean, we all live here for a reason. We all love the place.
Mineral Resources will close its Yilgarn iron ore operation at the end of this year. In Southern Cross, the closest nearby town, locals expect impacts will be minimal.
Because they don't patronise the local businesses very much.
But it's a different story 6 hours south in Esperance, where the mine's iron ore makes up more than half the port's total export business.
The Coolyanobing mine was previously set to close in 2018, but fearing the impact that would have on local jobs, the state government agreed Mineral Resources wouldn't have to pay any royalties for 5 years if they kept it open. All up, the deal cost the state government more than $270 million in lost royalties.
For some locals, that leaves a bad taste.
I find that pretty disappointing that a massive company like that gets $270 million in credit and then decides to walk away when it suits them.
The port recently signed a deal with another iron ore exporter, Gold Valley. While its 1.5 million tonnes won't fill the 7.6 million tonne hole left by Mineral Resources, there's hope others could step in.
That's what obviously everyone will be hoping for, is that we can find someone else that wants to utilise that capacity that's there.
The Shire says it'll talk with the state government about ways to minimise the fallout. Emily Smith, ABC News, Esperance.
Breaking news for you now. A US judge has sentenced Julian Assange to time served as part of a plea deal with US prosecutors. That's according to a Reuters witness, and we are getting news in that the judge has told Julian Assange he is now a free man. So this is this guilty plea that he made on one count under the US National Security Act. We've been following this story all morning. Now, that charge, conspiracy to obtain and disclose national defence information, it carries a maximum penalty of up to 10 years in prison. But as part of this deal, he has served this time in Belmarsh Prison, where he was up until yesterday there for the last 5 years. And so he is expected to be released. And WikiLeaks had earlier posted online it expects him to embark on a flight back to Australia early this afternoon. So we have that live shot for you there. We're following any developments as they come to hand. We had a series of breaking news this morning as we've been seeing these shots and hearing this from our journalists who are there. And we will continue to bring you the latest on that as it comes to hand. Okay, and now our viewers on ABC television are leaving us. Now you can keep up to date with all the latest over on the ABC News channel. And moving to other news now, more than 760 patients are taking up hospital beds in New South Wales because they can't access aged care or disability placements in the community. The state's Health Minister, Ryan Park, is blaming the federal government for the shortage of available aged care and NDIS beds, which is costing the state $40 million a year. On average, patients are staying 50 days longer, with some people waiting up to a year. Former NRL star Jarryd Hayne will not face a fourth trial over sexual assault allegations. The New South Wales Director of Public Prosecutions says another trial won't be pursued after carefully considering the many competing factors and assessing public interest in the case. Jarryd Hayne was accused of sexually assaulting a woman in Newcastle on the night of the 2018 NRL Grand Final. His convictions were quashed by the Court of Criminal Appeal earlier this month. The legal team for convicted murderer Greg Lynn has refused to comment on whether he will appeal the verdict. The former Jetstar pilot was found guilty of killing camper Carol Clay in 2020, but not guilty of the murder of her companion, Russell Hill. Lynn will be sentenced in the coming weeks. Now, a reminder, you can keep up to date on all the latest news across all your devices at news.abc.net.au and on ABC iView. Thank you for your company this morning. I'm Gemma Vaness. Now, as we know, this morning an American court has accepted a guilty plea from Julian Assange on one count of violating the US Espionage Act. It's a plea deal that should mean he returns to Australia today. That is the live shot we're seeing there from Saipan. The court has sentenced him just now to time already served. So stay with us for the latest on this breaking news and all our top stories on the ABC News channel and ABC iView.
Hello and welcome to ABC News. I'm Ros Childs. We are going to take you to a live shot now to Saipan, where Julian Assange's legal team is getting ready to speak after his guilty plea. We're just waiting for members of his legal team to appear behind those doors and then take a position in front of the microphones that have been set up in front of the courtroom there. The WikiLeaks founder has been sentenced to time already served in Britain. That news has just been released, and in the remote US court in the Pacific, he earlier pleaded guilty to obtaining and publishing US military secrets, ending his long legal battle 14 years after proceedings began when WikiLeaks published classified US documents. This agreement secures his release after he spent years in a British prison and the Ecuadorian embassy in London. Swedish prosecutors first sought the extradition of Julian Assange as part of a rape investigation in 2010, weeks after his website released Iraq war documents that revealed human rights abuses by the US-led coalition and thousands of previously undisclosed civilian deaths. We return there to the courtroom in Saipan when Julian Assange's legal team appears. We're not sure if Julian Assange himself will also be there. He could well be on his way to the airport to return to Australia. We'll have to wait and see, but we'll go back to Saipan as soon as people appear in front of those microphones. Actually, we'll keep you there so we can see exactly what's going on from moment to moment. But in the meantime, let's bring in our North America correspondent, Carrington Clark, who's been monitoring the court proceedings from Washington. So, Carrington, the latest news is that Julian Assange is now a free man after the US federal judge there sentenced him to time already served in prison.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So this is what we believed would happen, but that doesn't make today any less dramatic. There have been quite extraordinary scenes playing out in Saipan. In this, what appears to be perhaps at least a final chapter, I guess, of this part of the saga of Julian Assange versus the United States, or United States versus Julian Assange, as it's probably better framed. The reasoning that we heard from Judge Mangalona to accept the plea agreement between the United States government and Julian Assange is interesting. In part, she said that the timing is important. The fact that this case came before her today in 2024 means that she approached it very differently than she would have in, say, 2012. Julian Assange has spent 5 years in prison, but in addition to that, he spent 7 years in the Ecuadorian embassy in the United Kingdom. All this time, he was effectively without his freedom. She also pointed out that the co-conspirator listed in the court documents, and that is Chelsea Manning, who was a military officer who actually leaked the top secret confidential information to Julian Assange and to WikiLeaks, although was sentenced to 35 years, had her sentence commuted after 7 years. So she says, taking into account all these different factors, she does believe the 62 months that have been served by Julian Assange in British prison is commensurate with the crime that he has pled guilty to. So that means Julian Assange is a free man. He isn't yet in Australia, but WikiLeaks says that they do expect that his plane will touch down in Canberra at about 20 to 7 p.m. Today, Australian Eastern Standard Time, which will be obviously a time of celebration for he and his family, and will again maybe bring at least an end to this particular chapter of the saga, although his supporters have already suggested that there are other avenues that they're exploring when it comes to things like a potential US presidential pardon. But just an extraordinary day, and particularly with the scenes that we saw entering the court, with Julian Assange flanked by a former Prime Minister and a former Foreign Minister in Kevin Rudd, who's now the Ambassador to the United States, and Stephen Smith, who's now the High Commissioner to the UK. Two men who apparently played a pivotal role in the behind-the-scenes negotiations in order to get this agreement done and to set up the circumstances in which it could be done. But Julian Assange, now a free man, but also a convicted felon in the United States.
Well, there's certainly been a lot of activity there on those entrance doors to the court in Saipan, which I understand has been quite a quiet place for court proceedings in the past, but people streaming out right now. We're still waiting to see what happens next. But in terms of where Julian Assange is right now, do we know?
I don't have any information at the moment about where he's going to be, and we're not sure exactly what is planned post this court decision. WikiLeaks have only really released details about where they hope he will end up. But you would think he will be interested in making public proclamation at some point. The question is, of course, where do you choose to do it? Is it within the confines of the United States? Saipan, a small US jurisdiction, a small territory in the Pacific, but still United States territory. So we will see exactly what strategy they decide to embark on. I've been speaking to a lot of supporters of Julian Assange in Washington today. One group, Code Pink, who's done a lot of the lobbying of members of Congress, said although they're happy that Julian Assange will be free, they are upset that the only way he was able to achieve that freedom was by admitting guilt to this felony charge, and that they thought that this did damage his integrity, and obviously they would like to see some sort of pardon at some point. But they also had real questions about whether or not Julian Assange and WikiLeaks would be able to continue the work that they were doing previously. So big life decisions for Julian Assange and also for the WikiLeaks organisation about where to from here, but a momentous day for them all.
Absolutely. Let's bring in David Lipson now, who's the ABC's politics editor and former Washington bureau chief. He joins us from Parliament House. Hi there, David. So, as Carrington was saying, a momentous day, not just for Julian Assange personally, of course, but also for all the politicians and campaigners who've been working for years to free him. So what's been the reaction there in Canberra today?
Yeah, hi Ros. An absolutely huge day here in Canberra for all of those people you mentioned, but also I think for the Australian history books. This is a moment in history. And just picture this for a moment, Julian Assange's plane landing here in Canberra, and the man who's been under a serious cloud for 14 years and detained for most of that time, walking down the steps of that plane here onto Australian soil. It is a big, big moment in time for Australia, and I think the details of that moment really matter, and they are being carefully considered here in Canberra. Obviously his family will be there to meet him, but there are a lot of other questions too. I mean, will there be someone from government there to meet him at the airport? Who will shake his hand in terms of that? Where will he go afterwards? Will there be some sort of Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade briefing or debrief for him? When will the Prime Minister meet him, and how will that be handled? It's a delicate dance, and those details have to be done right, because obviously, I mean, think about this for a moment. Anthony Albanese, the Prime Minister, who has been heavily involved in this, very passionate about it publicly, and has been making direct representations to the US President Joe Biden about this case. He would want some ownership of this moment, but at the same time, a sort of hero's welcome, an overly celebratory vibe, I guess, could put noses out of joint in Washington. So all of these details are being carefully considered.
Interesting that he did, or it was decided that he should first set foot on Australian soil again in the capital, rather than go to Townsville first, which is where his family's from.
Well, exactly. And to be frank with you, we're not entirely sure of why that has happened, but surely there is a good reason, because his family is not based here. And indeed, you know, they have come here to Canberra to meet him, or are on their way here. But it could be as simple as the optics of kind of landing in the Australian capital may have been seen as important. But certainly those are things that are being discussed behind the scenes here in Canberra.
Professor Holly Cullen now, who's an expert in international law at the University of Western Australia. So Holly, what have been your thoughts today? You know, hearing about this court proceeding in a US Pacific territory, ending with a guilty plea to one charge of espionage, and then the defendant now on his way home. These have been extraordinary events, haven't they?
It is. And
Holly, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but it looks like we have movement now outside the court in Saipan. Let's go there.
Okay.
The prosecution of Julian Assange is unprecedented. In the 100 years of the Espionage Act, it has never been used by the United States to pursue a publisher, a journalist like Mr. Assange. Mr. Assange revealed truthful, important, and newsworthy information, including revealing that the United States had committed war crimes, and he has suffered tremendously in his fight for free speech, for freedom of the press, and to ensure that the American public and the world community gets truthful and important, newsworthy information. We firmly believe that Mr. Assange never should have been charged under the Espionage Act and engaged in an exercise that journalists engage in every day, and we're thankful that they do. It is appropriate, though, for this fight to end, and it is appropriate for the judge, as she did today, to determine that no additional incarceration of Mr. Assange would be fair, would be appropriate, and it is time for him to be reunited with his family. Mr. Assange is grateful for all of the support that he has received and looks forward to reuniting with his wife and his children and getting back home to Australia. Thank you.
Mr. Polk, is Mr. Assange going to come out and make any statements at all, or be available for a question?
Mr. Assange will not be taking statements. When we conclude here, we'll go back inside and we'll leave with Mr. Assange, but he will not be taking questions.
What does this mean for the future of WikiLeaks and the work that WikiLeaks is doing?
WikiLeaks' work will continue, and Mr. Assange, I have no doubt, will be a continuing force for freedom of speech and transparency in government. He is a powerful voice and a voice that cannot and should not be silenced.
Can you speak more about the choice of Saipan as the venue for his?
Because his supposed crime occurred entirely outside of the United States, whatever district is the first district that he enters is the appropriate district for him to be prosecuted. By agreement with the government, we decided that this was an appropriate venue. It is closest to Australia. It allowed us to come in, allowed Mr. Assange to walk out a free man, and to quickly get back to his family in Australia.
You said that this was happening for years.
You described this deal as unprecedented. By Mr. Assange pleading guilty to other journalists that might also be national security.
What sends a chilling precedent is the prosecution. The fact that the United States elected to charge Mr. Assange with violating the Espionage Act. The court today determined that no harm was caused by Mr. Assange's publications. We know that they were newsworthy. We know that they were quoted by every major media outlet on the planet. And we know that they revealed important information. That is called journalism. The United States prosecuted that. They exposed Mr. Assange to 175 years in prison. That is what has a chilling effect. Today, a decision that it's time for Mr. Assange to go home, that doesn't have a chilling effect. The chilling effect is the United States pursuing journalism as a crime. I hope this is the first and last time that ever occurs.
Given what you just said, how difficult was it to therefore for Mr. Assange to come here and make this deal? Of course he wants to go home, but how difficult was for him to swallow all of that?
Mr. Assange was not going to agree to any disposition of this case that required him to accept allegations that are simply not true. Mr. Assange did not plead guilty to and would not plead guilty to 17 counts of the Espionage Act, computer hacking. There was a very narrow agreed upon set of facts here, and Mr. Assange acknowledges that, of course, he accepted documents from Chelsea Manning and published many of those documents because it was in the world's interest that those documents be published. Unfortunately, that violates the terms of the Espionage Act. That's what we acknowledge today. We also said, and Mr. Assange said very clearly, that he believes there should be First Amendment protection for that conduct. But the fact of the matter is, as written, the Espionage Act does not have a defense for the First Amendment. So what he acknowledged is what he has to acknowledge, which is true and nothing that he should be ashamed of. Yes, he received classified information from Chelsea Manning, and he published that information. That should not be a crime.
How does he feel about the legacy that he's leaving behind? The legacy that he's created and built over the last couple of years is what he's contributed.
I hope he feels very good about it. He has, I think, spurred an important discussion in the United States about how to balance national security and freedom of the press. He has standed by his principles, putting up with detention in the embassy, incarceration in a high-security prison. I hope that every one of us would have the courage to stand by our ideals the way Mr. Assange has, and so I certainly hope he feels that he has left a powerful legacy, and I am certain that there are other chapters in the Julian Assange story yet to be written. With that, I'm going to turn it over to...
So can you tell us how long it took to get this deal?
Years? 62 months in Belmarsh to get this deal. I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer Robinson, Mr. Assange's Australian and United Kingdom counsel.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Jen Robinson. I'm Julian Assange's counsel, have been his longest-serving counsel. Today is a historic day. It brings to an end 14 years of legal battles. And finally, after 14 years of legal battles, Julian Assange can go home a free man. This also brings to an end a case which has been recognised as the greatest threat to the First Amendment in the 21st century. So it is a huge relief to Julian Assange, to his family, to his friends, to his supporters, and to us and to everyone who believes in free speech around the world that he can now return home to Australia and be reunited with his family. I want to take this opportunity to thank the many people who have, around the world, supported Julian Assange over these years and who have supported us in defending him. There has been a global movement behind Julian to protect free speech, and it is because of that global movement of support that today's outcome is possible. I also want to take time to thank the Australian people and the Australian government for all of the support that we've received from home in Australia. In particular, I want to thank our Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, for his statesmanship, his principled leadership and his diplomacy, which made this outcome possible. It was as Leader of the Opposition, he said, and took a stand for justice and said, enough is enough. There is nothing to be served by Julian's continued incarceration. As Prime Minister, he stood true to his word and he did what he needed to do to ensure Julian's freedom. He raised it at the highest level, at every opportunity, and when Australian officials were making outreach to the US, they knew that they were acting with the full authority of the Prime Minister of Australia. It was his intention that this be done, and we wouldn't be here today without the Prime Minister of Australia's support. So I want to thank Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. I also want to thank our Attorney General Mark Dreyfus, our Foreign Minister Penny Wong, and give particular thanks to our US Ambassador and former Prime Minister Kevin Rudd for his adept diplomacy and his relentless efforts in Washington that facilitated our negotiations with the US government and ensured this outcome. I also want to thank our High Commissioner in London, Stephen Smith, whose tireless work enabled us all to be here today. I think it's also important that we recognise the free speech implications of this case. Julian has suffered for more than 14 years because of the risk of extradition to the United States. He faced 175 years in prison for publishing evidence of war crimes, human rights abuse and US wrongdoing around the world. Today he pleaded guilty to an offence for having published information in the public interest, for which he's won journalism awards the world over and been nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize every year for the past decade. This sets a dangerous precedent. This prosecution sets a dangerous precedent that should be of concern to journalists everywhere. The US is seeking to exercise extraterritorial jurisdiction over all of you without giving you constitutional free speech protections. And anyone who cares about free speech and democratic accountability should stand against it. But I want to encourage everyone that stood up and fought for Julian to continue to stand up and fight against this dangerous precedent. I hope that the fact that we've been able to free Julian Assange today against all the odds and against one of the most powerful governments in the world will give hope to all journalists and publishers who are imprisoned around the world. And we encourage everyone who stood to fight for Julian to continue that fight for him and for all of those others in the hope that we can secure their freedom too. Thank you very much. We're not going to be taking any more questions, but I want to encourage you that we're going to go back inside to join Julian and you'll get your shot of us all coming out of court. But thank you all for being here today.
Thank you.
All right, we're here to
Proceedings clearly very well worked out there. That was Julian Assange's legal team appearing outside the court in Saipan after he had been convicted a short time ago of one count of espionage in that courtroom there. We heard his US lawyer and from Jennifer Robinson, who's been a well-known face of this legal battle. Julian Assange can now return home to Australia and be reunited with his family. And Jennifer Robinson thanking in particular the Prime Minister Anthony Albanese for his support, which he said made this outcome possible. Other comments included, we firmly believe Mr Assange should never have been charged under the Espionage Act. It is appropriate, we were told by his US lawyer, for this fight to end. Well, let's bring in our North America correspondent Carrington Clark now, who is still in Washington for us. Carrington, hi. So a sense of relief there, clearly, from the legal team. Lots of thanks given out. But we were told Julian Assange himself won't face or won't speak to the cameras just yet, but we will see him shortly, it sounds like.
Yeah, absolutely. And strong words there from Jen Robinson, saying that the Julian Assange case represents the greatest threat to the First Amendment in the 21st century. We also heard from Barry Pollock, who was his chief US lawyer, who said that effectively, yes, Julian Assange is pleading guilty to this offence under the Espionage Act, but they are saying there is a fundamental problem with the Espionage Act, which is that it is inconsistent with the First Amendment. They said Julian refused to admit guilt to anything he hadn't done, but he was able to plead guilty because what he did was take information provided to him from Chelsea Manning, and then he published that confidential information, which they say should have been protected as journalism. Interesting to note that Barry Pollock said that WikiLeaks will continue, and that Julian Assange is a voice that will not be silenced. So any questions about whether or not Julian Assange would decide to keep a lower profile, you would think that comment suggests that he doesn't think he's done with the public profile that he's now taken on, and that Julian Assange will continue to be a player going forward. Also interesting to note that the Saipan, there was obviously a major question about why it was that they've chosen this relatively remote, well, very remote jurisdiction for this court hearing to occur, and they said that given that the offences that Julian Assange has pled guilty, the offence that Julian Assange has pled guilty to, occurred outside the United States, that the first district that he arrived at was the appropriate district for the charges to be held, and obviously they worked out that this was the district that best suited their needs, given that it was so remote from continental US and of course very close to Australia. So interesting, strong language from his legal team, but no words directly from Julian Assange.
Well, for viewers just joining us, a quick recap of what we're doing. We've got live pictures from Saipan, the courthouse in Saipan. We're waiting for Julian Assange's legal team and indeed Julian Assange himself to appear. The plan seems to be that he will go now from the courthouse, where he has pleaded guilty to one count of conspiring to obtain and disclose national defence information, a plea that has been accepted. That acceptance makes him a free man, so he's now free to go get on a plane and go to Australia, which is indeed what we're waiting for him to do, and why we're locked onto this live shot from Saipan. So let's go back to Professor Holly Cullen, who's an expert in international law at the University of Western Australia. So Holly, the lawyers there and Carrington were talking about what Julian Assange had said in court. He pleaded guilty to the espionage charge, but said he believed the First Amendment, this is a quote, First Amendment and Espionage Act are in contradiction with each other, but he accepts that it would be difficult to win such a case given all these circumstances. So is he spelling out there that this is a court proceeding of convenience rather than of justice? It's a final act of defiance, isn't it?
Well, I think that we have to accept that because this has ended with a guilty plea
Ollie,
rather than
I'm interrupting you once again. I do apologise.
How does it feel to be a free man, Mr. Assange? Congratulations! How do you feel about the sentence, sir? Quick comment about the sentence. What's your message to the press?
Here's Julian Assange leaves the courtroom to head to the airport.
Can I give you 1 hour, sir, please?
What do you say to those who still think you're a hero, Mr. Assange?
Can I give you 1 hour?
Don't stop. What do you think of them as beard?
How many in this one? Assange, could you wave hand, please? Get in there. Guys, move back. Move back. Step back a little bit. Move back. I got you. Good. Mr. Assange.
So posing for some photographs before he gets into the car to head for the airport. We heard a smattering of applause, which is continuing as we see him. We saw him going into the courtroom. We weren't sure whether he would say a few words outside. He didn't. We were told that he will now go to the airport, fly back to Australia, to Canberra, and then we'll see what happens from there. It is expected that he will have words to say. when he arrives back in Australia as a free man. Well, Professor Holly Cullen, you were talking about Julian Assange's words in the court and them being really an act of defiance.
Yes, well, because this case has ended with a guilty plea rather than with a court judgment, there are 2 points around the First Amendment issue that I think need to be emphasized. One is, as a matter of legal determination, the relationship between the First Amendment or freedom of expression and the Espionage Act remains undetermined. The US government maintains that there is no First Amendment exemption or exception under the Act. The court noted, rather than I think accepted or agreed, that Assange believed that there should be such an exception. So from a legal or judicial point of view, this is not a precedent. However, as Assange's lawyers noted outside, this is a practice precedent. The Department of Justice can now point to this prosecution and say, we have prosecuted publishers of information under the Espionage Act and secured a conviction.
Which sets, his US lawyer described it as a chilling precedent, Holly.
Yes, that is potentially a chilling precedent. One of the main concerns of journalists worldwide was that this case could act as a precedent for prosecution of journalists. And as I said, legally, there continues to be ambiguity about that issue. And from a matter of American criminal justice practice, you now do have a precedent, and journalists and their employers, their publishers, are going to have to think very carefully about whether they want to take chances with this, including journalists operating outside the United States.
So what does this criminal conviction, mean for Julian Assange's ability to travel and work in the future, as it seems he's going to pick up the reins of WikiLeaks?
Well, he now has a criminal record. Unless and until he is pardoned, that would expunge the record. So he has a criminal record, and that will have the usual implications. It would mean that he wouldn't be able to hold down certain types of jobs in Australia, that he would fail some forms of vetting. I don't think that's probably a practical concern for him, given the types of employment and work that he is likely to pursue. It's more likely to be an issue with traveling. Obviously, it will be an issue with traveling to the United States, but the mere existence of a criminal record and the fact that it's a felony, the information I was reading yesterday was that the guilty plea would be to a misdemeanor offense, a lower level offense. What I've read this morning is that it's a Category C felony, which is a little bit higher in the level of seriousness, and therefore other countries may be reluctant to issue a visa for Assange to travel there. It's also worth remembering that he continues to have a conviction for bail absconding in the UK, although that was a 1-year sentence for a criminal justice offence rather than a national security offence.
Okay, there's lots to talk about, but let's focus on a point that you touched on earlier, Holly, the possibility of a pardon by the US president. Is that at all likely before the election, and how do the presidential candidates feel about taking that action?
Well, from what I've read, Donald Trump has on occasion said he would be inclined to pardon Assange. However, I remember there being some discussion about whether then President Trump would pardon Assange in his final days in office in early 2021, and that didn't eventuate. So I think that's a matter of pure speculation. As for President Biden, again, I can only speculate, but it's worth remembering that President Biden was vice president under Barack Obama, at which time the US government view was that it was inappropriate to prosecute Assange for espionage as it engaged First Amendment issues. So that might be a factor in his thinking.
Okay. And just finally, can Julian Assange appeal this conviction once he's back in Australia? Would that violate the terms of the plea deal or just not be allowed by the legal process?
Well, from what I've seen in the proceedings this morning, he has accepted that he has no right of appeal.
Okay, that answers that. Holly Cullen, thank you so much for giving us your expertise. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, we're standing by to take you live to Saipan Airport, where Julian Assange is expected to leave the US island shortly to make his way back home to Australia. Well, let's go to our correspondent, James Oaten, who's outside the courthouse on the island of Saipan. Hi there, James. So we just heard from Julian Assange's legal team. What do they have to say?
Well, as you said, Julian Assange is now on the way to the airport, and that ends really what has been over a decade of very aggressively hard-fought legal cases against his extradition to the mainland United States. Today in court we heard very early in the proceedings that Julian Assange was going to plead guilty to one charge under the Espionage Act. But he still had a little bit of defiance in him. He explained that he thought that the freedom of press and right to free speech that's enshrined in the UN's Constitution, that did not go well with his Espionage Act. They were a contradiction. Nonetheless, he agreed that fighting this argument in court would have been very challenging and very difficult. So he's picked essentially the lesser of two evils here, to accept this early plea deal. Sorry, not early plea deal, it's been a long time, but accept this plea deal, which the judge accepted and said that he is now being sentenced to time that has already been served in jail. She noted, the judge, that Julian Assange, two factors were at the front of her mind. One, had she seen Julian Assange back in 2012, she would not have necessarily agreed to this deal. But with the passage of time, A, he has spent 5 years in a very harsh British prison, and B, that it's clear now that no harm has been done to any individual as a result of his actions. So she said, given this information, she was happy to accept the plea deal that he would be sentenced to time already served. So just a moment ago, he left the court here and is on his way to the airport now, officially a free man.
So you were there when he appeared. How did he seem?
He seemed calm and, quite collected. This has been a big moment leading up for many, many months now. And there was even a little bit of, jubilation, certainly towards the end. Once the judge left, he hugged his supporters and spoke to them as well. And then, as we've just heard from his lawyers outside, they're still fighting that and still arguing that really they see these charges as unfair. They're saying the United States has charged an Australian man for an alleged crime, they say, that wasn't even committed in the United States. They're saying this is overreach, and they're hoping this is the first and last time that a journalist faces these types of charges. So even though Julian Assange has officially admitted guilt and he's now a convicted felon, they're still arguing that this is really just, I guess, the lesser of two evils of, that he is still a journalist who has been charged, and that is wrong, and they don't accept that the United States should have pursued this action against him in the first place.
We're getting live shots from Saipan Airport now. James, can you just give us an idea of the geography of the island? How far is the courthouse from the airport? How long will that journey take? And do we know what happens when he gets there?
It should only be about 15, 20 minutes. I don't think it'll be... It's certainly not a big island, that's for sure. So it should only be about 20 minutes, maybe half an hour. It's quite interesting because this, there's been a lot of attention about why Saipan. Why is this huge case, one of the most anticipated court cases in recent years, being done on the island of Saipan, a population of about 40,000? Well, first of all, the judge acknowledged quite early that yes, this is still US territory. So that's one reason. This is still part of the US, and she just wanted to acknowledge that early because she said often people overlook that this is part of US territory. But fundamentally, the reason this place was picked was that it is close to home for Julian Assange. He can go back to Australia very quickly. And there was also a lot of talk before this that Julian Assange and his legal team were concerned had he gone back to mainland United States, he might have faced the death penalty, something that the US government has denied. But that was really concerned. Now, because he was charged while he wasn't actually in the United States, that's when these charges were laid out, he was overseas in the UK, that this is really the first kind of port of call for him to enter the United States. So that's another reason why it can be heard here. This is the first time he's stepped foot on US soil since the charges were brought against him as well. So that's another reason why it could be heard at this court in Saipan.
OK, James, thank you. Let's go back to David Lipson now, who's ABC's politics editor, but former Washington bureau chief. David, we heard from James, they're talking about the reason that Saipan was picked US territory. There's been over a decade of diplomatic pressure on the US over this, hasn't there? What's the significance of this being resolved for the bilateral relationship?
Well, Rosa, I don't think we should sort of overstate the pressures on that bilateral relationship, because really there are none stronger than the US-Australia reliance in terms of military cooperation, huge trade between the countries as well. But this was a significant irritant and a distraction from some of the cooperation that is going on between the United States and Australia at the moment. It is something that was becoming an increasing irritant as well. We saw the Prime Minister Anthony Albanese ramping up pressure over the past couple of years very publicly on the United States, saying things like enough is enough. He said that many times, raising this directly with the US President Joe Biden. From the United States perspective, though, it's important to point out that they were never really going to roll over on this, because it was seen by many in the United States government as being a case that not only aided Russia, that is WikiLeaks itself aiding Russia. It hurt Hillary Clinton's chances in the 2016 election. And as for the big dump of data that really was the most prominent leak put out by WikiLeaks, that was very much seen as something that put American military personnel and American espionage assets at significant risk. So I think there was very much a feeling in the United States that Julian Assange had to plead guilty to something, that justice had to be seen to have been done. And that is, I guess, where you got the friction point. And that is where ultimately we've landed on this solution today. So, to sum up, yes, an irritant, yes, a barnacle,
David,
yes, a distraction.
Apologies to make the point that Julian Assange has now just arrived. He's in that white car, just arrived at the airport for his flight back to Australia. Apologies for interrupting, David.
No problem at all. A significant moment there too. And as I was saying, yes, an irritant, a distraction, a barnacle, if you like, but one that was never going to impact the bilateral relationship in any real-world, meaningful way in terms of military cooperation or trade.
And what can we read into the timing of this whole plea deal? And now we see the shots of the car with Julian Assange in it as a free man at Saipan Airport, about to board a flight back to Canberra. The timing of it coming just a few months ahead of the US election.
Well, the US election obviously throws a major element of unpredictability into everything going on with these negotiations, because We don't know who's going to be president after November. Donald Trump is certainly ahead in the polls at the moment. A lot could change. What we do know at this time is that Australia has a very good working relationship with the Biden administration, and the Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has a good personal relationship with him. So you could imagine that Julian Assange and his supporters, his legal team, may have thought that, well, now is the time to try to strike a deal because of that unpredictability that comes after November. Now, Donald Trump, of course, has made some pretty positive comments about Julian Assange in recent times, has suggested that there could be a presidential pardon there, but Donald Trump himself, if nothing else, is unpredictable. He's the embodiment of unpredictability. So you could imagine Julian Assange's people thinking, well, now is the time that we know the state of play, we know the ground, and it's something we can work with. And similarly, for the Biden administration, perhaps it was a time that they thought could get this issue off the table before the real electioneering begins in the final months of the campaign.
OK, so he's about to board that flight for Canberra, which is where you are. What are we expecting to happen once he touches down?
Well, it'll be a huge moment, won't it, as Julian Assange steps onto Australian soil for the first time in more than 14 years after all those trials and tribulations. His family will be here in Canberra to meet him, and no doubt that will be an emotional reunion. There's still a lot of unanswered questions about what happens after that in terms of the official Australian government response. Will there be a representative at the airport? Will he meet with the Prime Minister? We don't exactly know. The Prime Minister Anthony Albanese today is actually hosting the Solomon Islands leader, and was asked at a joint press conference this morning about the Assange case. He was very careful at that time, as he was yesterday, not to get in the way of the court proceedings. So he was careful about what he did say. Let's have a listen.
This isn't something that has happened in the last 24 hours. This is something that has been considered, patient, worked through in a calibrated way, which is how Australia conducts ourselves internationally. I've been very clear as Labor leader and as Prime Minister that regardless of your views about Mr Assange's activities, his case has dragged on for too long. There is nothing to be gained from his continued incarceration, and we want him brought home to Australia.
That's the Prime Minister Anthony Albanese before the conclusion of that court case in Saipan. Will he have more to say before the day is out? Well, that is something you'd imagine would be fairly likely. Question time is coming up in an hour and a quarter, and you would imagine he would be asked about this. Will he speak more freely? We'll wait and see.
OK, well, let's bring in our North America correspondent, Carrington Clark, who is in Washington. Carrington, the US Justice Department has just released a statement.
Yes, I've just been going through the statement. We obviously heard from Julian Assange's legal team and how they wanted to frame the way today played out and what it means for Julian Assange and what the guilty plea actually means. This is the United States position. A couple of major quick takeaways for me. One is this outlines that the agreement with Julian Assange, the plea agreement, means that Julian Assange is prohibited from returning to the United States without permission. So that was, I believe, still a live question. Being a convicted felon, there were question marks anyway about whether or not he would be able to travel to the United States and to other countries. But this makes clear that part of the plea agreement was that Julian Assange will not be returning to the United States without permission. And I guess that would be from the administration or through a specific department of the United States. But one of the purposes of this statement seems to be to argue against the position of Julian Assange and Julian Assange's lawyers that say he was prosecuted for journalism. and that this, as they say, decision, this guilty plea and this prosecution should have a chilling effect on journalism. Effectively, it's two parts. They say the reason Julian Assange's case is different from other cases of journalism is partly because he purposefully solicited the documents, the top-secret documents, that were then published. That this wasn't the case of somebody leaking documents after deciding that's what they wanted to do, that instead Julian Assange actively sought out people who had access to top-secret documents in the United States government, in the United States military, in order to then release them. And then when he had access to those documents, he didn't go through what the normal process of investigative journalism would entail, which would be the redaction of those documents to ensure that innocent people were not put at risk. In fact, what they say is that Assange's decision to reveal the names of human sources illegally shared with him by Manning, and that's Chelsea Manning, who was named as a co-conspirator, created a grave and imminent risk to human life. For example, the State Department cables that WikiLeaks disseminated included information from journalists, religious leaders, human rights advocates and political dissidents who had chosen to provide information to the United States in confidence and at significant risk to their own safety. And by publicly releasing these documents without redacting the names of human sources or other identifying information, Assange subjected these individuals to serious harm and arbitrary detention. Now, interestingly, in the judge's sentencing decision, she said that she accepted that there were no victims of Julian Assange's actions. So that does seem to be at odds with what we're reading in this particular statement from the Justice Department. But it is another sign that the battle over the short history of Julian Assange and what he means and what his guilty plea means and what his detention means and what his prosecution means in terms of journalism will continue to be fought. And we have heard a lot from Julian Assange's supporters today and about the need for people to rally around him as a journalistic crusader, but there is a counter-narrative also at work here that says Julian Assange should not be considered a journalist, that he did not adhere to normal rules around journalism, and that's why this is a different case. Now, that is a debate that will be fought viciously, I'm sure, and fervently, but it is one that will continue to play out in the weeks and months ahead.
So we have just seen Julian Assange arrive at the airport to get his flights to Australia and leave the island of Saipan. But today and events and proceedings there all seem to have gone according to plan.
Yeah, this is exactly what the plea agreement seemed to indicate would occur. Julian Assange entered this courtroom in Saipan, in this American territory in the Western Pacific. He pled guilty to one count, felony count under the Espionage Act. He has been sentenced to the time that he already served in British prison, and the judge declared at the end of that sentencing that he was in fact a free man, and not only a free man, but a free man who would not need any sort of supervision. And he's now making his way to the plane that will carry him to Canberra, to Australia, where we are expecting he'll arrive at 20 to 7. So an extraordinary day playing out in a venue, in a place that not many people would have expected the final chapter in the United States versus Julian Assange to play out, a place that I would guess that many people had never even heard of until the last couple of days. But Saipan has been the battleground for this final chapter of this particular case. But I would strongly suggest that that Julian Assange is not disappearing as a character in Australian history, and we wait to see what he will do. His lawyers strongly suggesting that WikiLeaks will continue to do its work and that Julian Assange will not be a voice that will be easily silenced.
Carrington, thank you for taking us through it all today. We're taking you now to Parliament House in Canberra, where members of the Bring Julian Assange Home parliamentary group have been speaking.
Now, I'm here as one of the 4 co-chairs of the Parliamentary Julian Assange Group, which was set up in 2019, with just a couple of members back then, but it's grown to 47 members and senators from right across the political spectrum. And that's significant because there's probably no parliamentary group like this elsewhere in the Parliament, to be tackling such a difficult and controversial issue, and to bring together people from the hard left through to the hard right and everything in between, and to have taken the fight up to foreign governments. I've been to London twice. A number of my colleagues went to Washington earlier this year and lobbied Democrat and Republican politicians on the Hill. So it's quite a remarkable gathering, and I think it's a good model for the Parliament for a lot of other very, very difficult issues. Now, it's obviously thrilling news that Julian Assange is free and on his way home, and there'll be no custodial sentence nor parole period, I understand. It would be remiss of me not to acknowledge not just the members of the parliamentary group, but also the federal government. I mean, it is a fact that for many, many years, a series of Australian governments were either disinterested in Julian Assange or downright hostile. And it is pleasing that this government was the government finally that listened to the community and took up the challenge and did a real lot of difficult, quiet, behind-the-scenes work with foreign governments to bring about today. I'd also like to acknowledge the millions of people right around the world who have rallied for Julian for years. For the years he's been in Belmarsh prison and the 7 years in the Ecuadorian embassy before that. Today is their day as much as it is, or in fact probably more their day than it is for any politicians in this country. So I acknowledge them. I will flag, though, one alarming issue, and that is today on US territory, a precedent was set for the charging and conviction of a journalist for doing their job. That is a really alarming precedent. It's the sort of thing we'd expect in an authoritarian or totalitarian country. It is not what we would expect from the United States or a similar country like Australia. I think it sends a chill down the spine of journalists worldwide that this precedent has been set, and it means there is more work to do to push for media freedom and protections for journalists so they can do their job. And at the end of the day, Julian Assange is a Walkley Award-winning Australian journalist who did his job. And we've probably all seen Collateral Murder, probably what will go down in history as the most significant video released by media in the history of media until this day. And we are all better informed thanks to WikiLeaks. I've said enough. I'll now hand to my co-chair, Josh Wilson.
Thanks, Andrew. It's quite incredible to be able to say here in the Australian Parliament that Julian Assange is free. You know, that's something that his family and close supporters have worked for a long period of time. When you consider that he's been deprived of his liberty for 14 years prior to today. It's something that millions of people around the world have worked for, and I think it's important to acknowledge, as Andrew did, that in the beginning there were far fewer. Those people who stood by Julian, who started making that argument, building that activist cause in the beginning, has led to the groundswell of support that in many ways has brought us to this day and to Julian's freedom. It is most significant for his family, for Julian himself, for his wife and children, for his family, and it's incredible to have John here with us. That momentum in the broader public, in the international community, but particularly here in Australia, has flowed through into the Parliament from a relatively small group that Andrew mentioned to a significant group now, and that momentum has built over the last couple of years. Last year we had a letter published in the Washington Post, a full page in the Washington Post, signed by nearly a third of Australian federal parliamentarians, 63 signatories, and then earlier this year we had a motion that was passed by the House of Representatives. But without a shadow of a doubt, the most significant shift was in the approach by the Australian government. From the time that Anthony Albanese was a leader of the opposition through to his prime ministership, he made it clear that enough was enough. And when you have that change of approach and you have the steady and careful, behind-the-scenes, persistent, resolute work of the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister and the Attorney-General, not to mention a couple of key and pretty potent diplomats in High Commissioner Stephen Smith and Ambassador Kevin Rudd, that makes a difference. And today, as a result of that and all those efforts, Julian Assange is free. But more than anything, it's going to be uplifting for millions of people, millions of Australians, to think today that in a very short space of time, Julian Assange will stand free as an Australian citizen on Australian soil. I hope he does what I would do, take his shoes off, go for a walk on the beach, hug his wife and kids and spend time with his friends and family.
Well, I concur with all of the sentiments already expressed by my colleagues. It is a great day to be standing here to say that Julian Assange is free. And I don't think that I thought this day would come as soon as what it has. And it really is a testament to those millions of people around the world who have swung in behind Julian and behind this cause, to his friends, to his family who have never given up, and to the efforts of parliamentarians and the government in assisting this outcome as well. I'd like to echo what Andrew Wilkie has said around, whilst this is a terrific outcome for Julian Assange, we must not lose sight of the fact that all of the issues that we have been raising for some time about what this means for democracy and for press freedom haven't gone away. And my encouragement would be to all of those people that have supported Julian to this point, continue to get behind this cause to ensure that our democracy is not eroded by this type of overreach that we have seen in relation to Julian Assange. This is not a job done. It is a great outcome for Julian and his family, and I hope that he can focus on his well-being and spending some time with his family. And I think that we should all, as supporters of him and in his name, I think, redouble our efforts in relation to press freedom and democracy.
I think we can all say finally, with a sense of relief and joy, that Julian Assange is free. And I think many of us thought that that might take years and years to say that, but we're able to come here together across politics and make that statement. Julian Assange is free. We should be very clear about this. Julian Assange was a political prisoner, and his freedom took a political solution. Some of that is here, from independents, government MPs, Greens, crossbenchers, opposition MPs and senators who came together with one voice to say free Julian Assange. Some of that happened through a change in government and the Albanese government and the work of diplomats like Kevin Rudd. And some of that happened through politicians in Washington finally talking across the aisle and realising the importance of releasing Julian Assange for First Amendment rights and for the rights of a free press. But this required a political solution. Yes, it was rubber stamped in a court in Saipan, but that only happened through concerted political pressure to release Julian Assange. And whilst politicians stood up and spoke, the reason our voices had power was because millions and millions of people around the world realised what was at stake. And what was at stake was the ability of the media, the ability of whistleblowers to tell truth to power, to show us images like that collateral murder video that for the first time showed the reality of the war crimes in Iraq, crimes that our government was complicit in and that every government involved wanted to hide. So yes, let's celebrate this moment that Julian Assange walks free, but let's also look at the work we have to do here. Because while Julian Assange will be coming home and walking free with his family as he should, David McBride is in jail just a few short kilometres away from here for also being a whistleblower about war crimes. And Richard Boyle faces court for exposing the wrongdoing of the ATO. So maybe we can all join together across politics and celebrate the freedom of Julian Assange as we should, but realise there is so much more to do, because we need a whistleblower commission here. David McBride should walk free, and Richard Boyle should never be prosecuted by his own government for telling the truth.
So members of the Bring Julian Assange Home parliamentary group speaking there in Canberra on the release of Julian Assange. At least he's left the courthouse a free man. That group is made up of 47 members and senators from across the political divide. Understandably, they were delighted at the result that Julian Assange is now free and he is on his way home. But there were warnings about the precedent set by the conviction for espionage and how that might be used in future legal action against journalists and the free press. Let's recap our breaking news today. Julian Assange is a free man and is on his way back to Australia. We've just seen pictures of his plane taxiing at Saipan airport. There it is, about to take off and head to Canberra. It's expected in Canberra, I believe, at 20 to 7 p.m. Eastern local time. And this is after a US federal judge sentenced him to time already served in prison in a UK court. Well, Mr Assange pleaded guilty to one charge of espionage. Mr Assange had already served 5 years in a British jail before a plea deal was struck. Chief Judge Ramona Manglona said, had Mr Assange faced court in 2012, she would not be inclined to accept the plea deal, but with the passage of time, she accepted there had been no physical injury as a result of his actions, and he had already served 5 years in one of the UK's harshest prisons, that being Belmarsh in London. Well, as the plane disappears from the shot there on the way to Australia, let's go to our correspondent James Oaten, who's at the courthouse on the island of Saipan. Hi again, James. So we've just seen the plane leave Saipan. You were in court this morning. Just take us through what happened on this extraordinary day.
Well, it went pretty much as we all expected. There's been this plea deal that's been highly publicised over the past 24 hours, where instead of these many charges that Julian Assange was facing, which could end up multiple life sentences, essentially, he would be charged with only one. He would plead guilty to that one charge and then be able to walk free with a sentence of time already served. That's essentially what did happen. We heard early in the court hearing today that Julian Assange was going to plead guilty. He understood the charges, understood that it meant he would not go to trial, and he's waiving that right to a trial. And then they went over the details of the case about these documents that were published online through WikiLeaks. And then obviously they repeated again to make sure that Julian Assange was completely aware that he was waiving his rights and he was prepared to enter a guilty plea, which he did once again, and the judge accepted that as well. Now, as you just stated in the introduction, there were a couple of factors that made the judge accept that Julian Assange should be able to walk free today, and that was the passage of time. She said, had he faced this court back in 2012, she would not be inclined to let him go after only 5 years in custody. She said that now it can be seen that there's not been a single individual that's been hurt, physically harmed by Julian Assange's actions, and also given he had served 5 years in a very harsh jail in Britain, she was willing to accept that he has served his time and he was now okay to leave the country.
And this is the end of the legal process.
It's the end of the legal process here. There were questions just a moment ago whether or not they would be pushing for him to be pardoned, because we have to keep in mind Julian Assange is now a convicted felon. Now, although he will be relieved, his supporters will be relieved, many people will be relieved who have been saying that this issue has been going on for far too long, and he's lost 12 years being in some form of confinement, whether it's the Ecuadorian embassy or a British jail. For 12 years now, it's gone for too long. There's a lot of relief here, but he still has admitted guilt for this one charge, and that will have interesting ramifications. The reason is, as Julian Assange argued, he said, what I did was journalism, and I am a journalist, and this is something that's enshrined in the US Constitution, the right to a free press. And this is something that his supporters long argued, that what he was doing was journalism and public interest journalism, even if it made the US look in a bad light. But by admitting guilt, he has officially said that what he did wasn't quite journalism or not protected by the US Constitution. He's overstepped the mark somewhere. And so that officially may have a bit of an impact about how people view the rights of a free press in the United States as well. And we heard from his lawyers out here as well that they were still very alarmed that the US government has gone after an Australian citizen who they say allegedly committed these crimes not even in the United States. So their main point was, in addition to what Julian Assange said in court, they hope this is the first and last time that a journalist is so ruthlessly gone after by the US Justice Department.
So Julian Assange and his legal team are now airborne, heading to Canberra. What happens when they arrive?
Well, when they go back to Australia, Julian Assange can go back to living whatever life he essentially wants. This is now the end of this very long, delicate and difficult legal challenge when he was fighting extradition. We know that the Australian government has repeated that this has simply gone on for too long. So this is a bit of a slate that's been cleared. Bilateral relations between Australia and the United States are obviously incredibly strong. So this wouldn't have been a huge annoyance, but nonetheless, it is a barnacle, let's say, that's been removed from the ship. One annoyance, especially as the US heads towards an election over there as well. So as I said, he's now free, and this is the end of that saga. And there'll be a lot of relief, even if there are plenty of discussions about the ramifications about pleading guilty to that one charge to come.
James, thank you so much. Let's go to Professor of International Law at the Australian National University, Don Rothwell now. Hi there, Don. So what's your reaction to today's events?
Well, I guess the last 24, 36 hours has really been extraordinary with respect to such a quick resolution to the Assange matter, which has been in one way or another legally been ongoing since 2010. But I think what's also become very evident over the last day, especially from statements being made by the Assange family, the Assange legal team, and also the Australian government, that the planning for this plea deal, the processes associated with the plea deal being held this morning in Saipan, and the arrangements associated with that have been put in place now for quite a number of weeks. And as the Prime Minister, I think, has indicated in his press conference today, reflects the outcome of very careful, deliberate diplomatic and legal negotiations over a number of weeks, if not months.
As we've seen, appeared in court in Saipan. Did he need to do that, Don? Did he need to be there in person? And if he didn't, why do you think he elected to be there?
Well, this was always one of the issues that I was a little perplexed by when the whole question of a plea deal was raised, when Assange was in Belmarsh prison in the United Kingdom, and that was back in 2023, that yes, you need to physically make an appearance to enter a plea deal, and so that has been completed. Now, it's quite clear from the material that's been released and that we're now aware of that Assange really insisted that he not go to the continental US for the purposes of entering a plea deal. He wasn't even prepared to go to Hawaii, which could have been another option. And so Saipan presented an option because it meant that he wouldn't have to overfly and enter US airspace, that it was a relatively direct flight, albeit via a refuelling stop in Bangkok yesterday, to get from London to Saipan. And now that these processes have been completed within a US territory before an accredited, accepted US legal judge and US legal process, he's free to come back to Australia, and as we know, expected early this evening in Canberra.
And why the espionage charge, Don? It's a serious crime rather than something milder, like a misdemeanor charge of mishandling documents, which was the rumour earlier this year, wasn't it?
That's true, but of course the Department of Justice, when they commenced these investigations with a grand jury investigation, which really dates back to 2010, a sealed grand jury indictment, an investigation which was part of the concern why Assange resisted going to Sweden to respond to the European arrest warrant, that's back in 2012, there was always this concern that the Department of Justice would effectively throw the book at Assange and WikiLeaks. And of course, we need to recall that the Obama administration was very hostile to a number of WikiLeaks activities. Hillary Clinton, the then Secretary of State, was very critical of Assange's work. So it's not that surprising within the US justice and legal system that the most serious of offences were ones for which the indictments were issued and ultimately the extradition was requested. And so as we've seen the events unfold over the last 24, 48 hours, the United States has made very, very significant concessions to get this case resolved, but they clearly were not prepared to go so far as to completely drop all of the charges under the Espionage Act.
Yeah. And what does the precedent, this espionage conviction, sets for the future, and indeed current freedom of press cases? How could this be used in the future, Don?
Well, the United States has clearly got a sense that trying to prosecute individuals outside of the United States who are not US citizens creates significant legal hurdles and difficulties. And the Assange case has dragged on so long, partly because Julian Assange consistently resisted going to the United States. He resisted extradition. He resisted going to the US to actually be put on trial. And so all of those legal hurdles, I think, make it very clear